Welcome, everybody. Greetings. Happy Friday. It's not just any Friday. It is Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream Friday. I guess technically every time we do one of those, it's Friday, but hey, we don't do one of those every Friday, so it's still special. Swordfam, what is up? Space Hopper Copter, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, happy Friday, and I hope you all are doing well. Burgers. Could go for some of those. Never a bad time for some burgers. I did, however, have a distinctly non-burger dinner already, so hopefully it'll be okay. But maybe, by the time the stream is over, I'll be craving burgers. Well, I mean, maybe by the time this stream is starting, I will already be craving burgers. Now that this idea has been planted. But that's fine. I mean, when are you not craving at least some burgers? I think that's the way my existence, tends to go anyway. But we're not here for burgers for once. We're here for fighting games. We're gonna play some fighting games. I'm gonna play some fighting games, but you guys are gonna choose them for me. This is, of course, the recurring community challenge goal special event kind of thing, which we haven't done in a while. We had a unusually stretched out period of time for the funding to happen, and then after that I was preoccupied last Friday, so we couldn't do it. But here we are tonight, ready for some fighting games. As usual, it's like if you don't stream for like 3 days, you forget everything about streaming. You forget how OBS works, you forget how to set up your lights, your audio, your everything. I feel like it's the same thing with this. Like, I would typically do this about once a month, but recently, this one and the one before it, I think were both kind of delayed a little bit. So it's been a little bit, like the gap in between has been a little bit longer than usual, and as a result, I forget everything about how these streams work. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I mean, we will have technical issues. I think that is that's pretty much a foregone conclusion, because I think that is part of that's part of the concept at this point. When we do Viewer's Choice versus fighting games, something's gonna go wrong at some point. I try best as I can to make things not explode. I did, in fact, boot up my PS3. I checked that I had MK9 installed, that it was working, because last time MK9 was picked and I had it on the list as the Steam version, and the Steam version of MK9 is a big old mess. And I know that I have played the PC version of MK9 before, but with my current hardware setup, the way I have my monitor set up, I have one portrait monitor and one landscape monitor, and that's just more than PC MK9 is willing to accept. So we did spend a uncomfortable amount of time troubleshooting that last time before we just gave up and said, like, it's just not gonna work. And because I didn't necessarily have I didn't trust that I would be able to just boot up MK9 on the PS3 instantly, we just sort of set that aside. But in case that game was picked, and I was very bummed because I like that game and I haven't played it in forever, so I felt like I would have wanted to be able to play it. I wanted to make sure that I have a version of that game ready to go for tonight. And for some ungodly reason, there was a patch to download on the PS3. Like, surely I played that game on the PS3 more recently than there was a patch released. I suppose it's possible that I would have, trimmed out superfluous junk on my PS3 hard drive, so I just deleted some patch update data and it had to be re-downloaded. I'm not sure what the deal is, but I was able to get the game up and running, so I believe we're good to go should someone choose to pick MK9 as a game to be played tonight. Having said that, it's also entirely possible that someone's going to pick something else that isn't going to work, but hey, them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. Speaking of picking games to be played, We just saw a link there in chat, !VS, and you will get a link to the official Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday Night Bonus Stream spreadsheet. And, you know, as always, games keep being added to the list. Occasionally, games get sort of removed from the list permanently or more often temporarily. In the case of games that, for one reason or another, end up not being playable, usually in a literal sense. Speaking of PS3, there was this whole kerfuffle with my PS3 where I was suspecting? It was under suspicion of being faulty and broken. But it turns out, I guess, that just a bunch of Tekken games, Tekken Tag Tournament games specifically, Tekken Tag HD, Tekken Tag 2 Prologue, and Tekken Tag Tournament 2, those three games in particular have some kind of known thing about them that apparently they just make PS3s overheat. So when we tried to play one of those games, it just kept crashing. So as a result, as of now, they are not eligible to be picked. Maybe one day in the future, I either get a replacement PS3, I get this fixed, or maybe PS3 emulation becomes an option for me and we can play the games that way. I'll keep them on the list for now, but they're not eligible. But even so, I think games generally tend to be added to the list at a similar rate as they get checked off the list. And we actually, I think, played some of the more recent editions. I got Rise of the Robots for the Super Famicom, which we checked out briefly. But there's another couple of relatively recent gets, like, Soul Calibur 4 and Capcom Fighting Jam. I want to say DOA 4, but that might have been... That's probably not that recent. I think I got DOA 4. Actually, no, I think that was relatively recent. I got that, like, in the last 6 months, I think. So, anyway, there's new stuff. I try to somewhat faithfully label the new stuff as new, even though something has been labeled as new for, I don't know, a long time. But basically anything that's labeled new is either something I got, that came into my possession quite recently, or at least something we haven't played on stream. Sometimes both, sometimes neither. But whether it's a new game or not, there is still quite a lot to choose from. Played a really good chunk of my collection. Yeah, I'm surprised looking at this list. So as of now, the current stats are that we have played 179 out of 292 games, or 61.3%. And just looking through it, like, it really feels like more, like, just visually, because I mark all the games we've played in red. It always looks like it's all red and just a few slivers of color in between. But then I guess there's like a few, I think there's probably a couple of Street Fighter games, because we have, there's a bunch of Samurai Showdown and Street Fighter games. That haven't been picked because it's all just like Street Fighter collection. And it's all like the normal stuff, I guess. People are less excited for that, which I'm happy about. There's a whole chunk of Soul Calibur left. I was going to say somewhat surprising to me, but I guess some of those pickups are fairly recent, so maybe not so much. I feel like we might end up in the end. There's a good couple of Virtua Fighter games left too. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like any games that I have, 30 of them. I have a lot of Street Fighters. I have a lot of Virtua Fighters. They don't get like sort of picked off the entire list, but yeah, I wonder if in the end we'll have a home stretch. It's going to be nothing but Street Fighter games. But yeah, it's been fun, and I think this project, this idea, as it started, and we've been going for almost 3 years at this point, because the inaugural Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game stream was actually a New Year's Eve theme stream. For New Year's Eve 2019, we did Viewer's Choice Fighting Games, and we've done them throughout all of 2020, 2021, and 2022. And I mean, it's taken 3 years to do 179 games. It's gonna take a few more years before we get through every one of these. But having said that, this has led me to engage with games that I would have perhaps otherwise picked up and looked at for 2 seconds and not looked back. Let me turn It could also, it has also offered me the opportunity to revisit games that either I had overlooked in the past or just favorite games that I really like, but just, you know, don't get around to playing that often. And if there's one thing that is consistent, if there's one thing to be, taken for granted when doing one of these streams, that I will, some way or another, be surprised with what is picked and feel like, man, I would not have picked this for myself. Not in a, negative way or a positive way, just like totally neutrally, just observing that, hey, wow, okay, cool. I wasn't planning on this, but it was picked, so let's do it. And no matter how miserable I might be experiencing a particular game at that moment in time, we have not done one of these streams yet where I have not had a good time. This week has been really intense. It's been a very stream heavy week for me. Obviously, we do the regular Monday and Wednesday streams, but this week, in addition to this bonus stream, I was also guesting on Ash Said Hi's stream on Tuesday. For those who may have missed that or didn't hear about it, we did some collaborative art jamming. Ash Said Hi, myself, as well as Anke and Chubo, and that was a lot of fun. But still, like, I had to do some prep and some stuff for that. So, like, basically any night, any day of the week that I'm streaming, I don't really have time to do anything else that day. So, doing 2 additional streams in a week, more than I usually do, is I don't want to say taking its toll, but it's, I mean, it sort of is, I suppose. But also just, I'm just not having any time for anything else. So we'll see what that means for tonight's stream. I honestly was not really enthused about doing this earlier today. I was like, man, stream tonight. I knew that it was going to be fun. It always is. But it's like, I'm going to come out of it. I guess, like, I might take the brunt of it tomorrow, because I'm streaming again tomorrow. Saturday is another stream day. Maybe we'll do another slightly later, slightly shorter stream. I have some Black Friday shopping business to wrap up tomorrow as well, I think. Some half-finished shopping carts for some stuff. But, whatever. That's not... You guys don't have to worry about that. Hey, what's up, Cody? What's up? Friday to you. Cody, of course. We rated him the other night, but for those who may have missed it, recently celebrated the 8th anniversary of the Mega Marathon. The unreasonable endeavor to not just play and document, but complete every Mega Drive game. Let me get better at doing this this kind of thing. You should go follow Goaty if you aren't already. He is a uncouth Italian, but he plays some pretty cool video games. Aspire to 1/10 of my power. Well, keep at it. Keep at it. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Anyway, I think that's enough fapping around before we get started here. Like I said, we have a long list of games to get through. I don't mind it taking time. I would like to give each game that we're playing its fair due. But I would like to generally, for these streams, try to keep a pace of like at least 4 to 5 games per stream. I think we just barely covered 4 games last time, and it was like in a pretty long stream. So I would like to try to be able to sort of pick up that pace a little bit. Obviously, how many games we're able to cover comes down to how long we spend with each of them. Well, it also comes down to how much technical hassle we have to deal with and a few other factors, such as how long we wait until we actually get started. I don't want to have to cut down too much on the time I spend with the game, so I'm going to try to cut down on this nonsense. The way this is going to work, for those of you unfamiliar, is we do a raffle. I'm using a bot that calls them giveaways because it's not going to let me change what it's called. But whatever. And the way it works is you type the word raffle in chat when prompted to do so. And by entering the raffle, by typing the word raffle, you are eligible to win. If you are a subscriber, an esteemed member of the Skull Club, you do get preferential treatment and you have triple luck. meaning you are 3 times more likely to be picked as a winner than if you are not a subscriber. You may rely on your rigging protocols. Some people have been known to do that to exceptionally good effect. Some people less so, but it's it's all up to your rigging skills. Worlds of Rogue, Nico Jazz. What's up, guys? Yeah, Goaty, I aspire to 1/10 of your confidence. We're going to do a raffle. The winner gets to pick a game from the list. By all means, do feel free to peruse the list ahead of time. And if you have a choice ready to go if you win, that's nice. We can keep things quick and snappy. I play a game, and usually we spend, I would say, between 30 and 90 minutes-ish with a game. Usually try to play through the arcade mode or some equivalent. For some games, there might be other modes that are more interesting. If it's a game that I haven't really played or something that I'm personally interested in digging a little deeper into, we might do that. So it depends a little bit, but I want to give each game at least a proper showcase to the best of my ability. We're also going to activate some channel point redemptions later on that will allow you to pick the character that I'll be using for the game, and later still we'll have a limited edition redemption for skipping the raffle system altogether to just pick a game. But I always like kicking things off with a raffle, so let's do just that. I believe that the raffle is set up, where we actually named the subscriber luck. We have. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Boom! I think that is accurate. That is correct. The raffle is open. You can now type raffle in chat. You can add an exclamation mark before the word, or even after the word, if you feel like it. That's all up to your rigging technique, but as long as the word raffle, with its correct spelling, is part of your text string, you will be entered. You have about 2.5 minutes to do so. I feel like I should probably tweak that. Timer could probably be shorter. I always think about it and then I always forget, but that's fine. There was something else I was thinking of that I figured, like, let me just start the raffle and then I can start explaining that. And of course I don't remember what it was, so it's probably not important. But that's fine. Convincing others not to enter, another popular strat. Not sure the success rate, but you won't know until you try. Always the tense moments of the night's first raffle, or frankly every raffle. Not knowing quite what to expect. But like I said, even though I obviously curated the list, it's all my games, I'm still somehow surprised every time a game gets picked. And sometimes it's an excited surprise. Sometimes it's perhaps a little bit more dread, but always a good time. There will, of course, because we are generally doing all this on real hardware, there might be a tiny bit of setup time as we set up systems or swap between games. But we're all enjoying a nice, chill Friday night atmosphere here, so I'm sure you don't mind a few minutes of setup here and there if necessary. Less than a minute to enter the raffle. Type raffle in chat. Or you will have to wait until the next one for a chance to pick a game. Man, I'm sure there was something I wanted to explain or go over. Maybe it's something I already did. Whatever, doesn't matter. LCC, Rezus, Candela, welcome, folks. Happy to see folks file in. Hope I can manage to entertain you all sufficiently tonight. Last call, including stream lag and everything. Type raffle in chat before time is up. It is pretty much now. Cody trying to exert his influence. Let's go! Whether or not he wins. Well, let's see how it goes. Let's go. Boom! Nico Jazz. Congrats, Nico Jazz, for successfully rigging and dunking on Goaty. Nicely rigged, nicely raffled, nicely done. Well, Nico Jazz, the choice is yours. What game are we going to start tonight's stream with? Most popular fighting game of all time in your country, that being Tekken 5. Cool. Yeah, I remember having a good time with this game back in the day. And I did buy this relatively recently, and I'm not really played much of it. So that's going to be fun. Now, I do feel inclined to bring up here that switching to the PS2 scene in particular has been known to crash my OBS. We've had a good run, no crashes in quite some time now. I've updated OBS at least twice since then. But you never know. You know, this would be a delightfully perfect way to kick off this stream, right? So just, if my stream just suddenly freezes now, that would be because of an OBS crash, and we'll try to... I'll be back shortly if that's the case. Well, here goes. Hey, it worked. Okay, let me do a little bit of setup here then. That is the PlayStation. We're gonna update all the game info and everything on there too, but just a minute. Just realized I'm not sure about the memory card, but we'll fix it. I mean, if I can't use a memory card, it's not the end of the world. Sure. Maybe the the HDMI probably. Didn't have time to go through all this before we started. That's fine. Oh, there we go. The Tekken 5 disc. It looks like, from a glance, like, not super easy to see. It doesn't have like a big Tekken 5 logo on it. It's all like bright red. Alright, let me wait to pop that in. Capture setup so we don't miss any of the amazing intro. The motion engine too strong, yeah. That checks out. Wrong table. Anything here? Okay. I have an extremely inelegant setup for this. What it is? Hey, there we go. Promising. And I didn't actually plug this in, did I? Nope, I did not. I hit the reset button instead of the eject button, that's fine. Okay. Cover art up here. I mean, we got some powerful cover art there, but let's get some actual correct cover art. Ian Fleming's James Bond 007 in Tekken 5, the PlayStation 2 game. Green. See what we're doing here. Marmot SRL. Happy Friday. Greetings. Thank you. Kind words. I will gambaru. And, oh, right, you get to play Starblade. Forgot about this. Wait a sec. Like, I want to say one of the earlier Tekkens had, Galaga, I think. It's pretty funny, too, because I believe Starblade did receive a port for the PlayStation 1. It's kind of crazy that they, put it as the loading screen game here. Alright, we can press start. I think it loaded something on the memory card there. It didn't say no save, at least. Alright, let's enjoy the openings. Let's start the timer, why not? So this is the arcade intro. I think this is a lot of people's favorite Tekken. I would say Tekken 5 is pretty much where Tekken had its kind of its peak in terms of like mainstream popularity. But you could argue that Tekken 7 is has kind of eclipsed it. But certainly at the time, it was kind of bigger than it had been for a while. Tekken 5 was definitely when you could say that the kind of current incarnation of Tekken, at least from sort of a aesthetic and presentation point of view. Like, a lot of it was sort of solidified in Tekken 3, but as of 5, it was really kind of set in stone. And, like, it is recognizable as Tekken in its current form. Which isn't really true for any of the games previous to this. It was just a good game. Alright. That's the arcade intro, and here's the console intro. It's a pretty strong intro. Like, this is a way better, more traditional fighting game intro. These little vignettes. Like, dude, fucking fighting game intros are such a lost art form. What's up, Bushi? Happy Friday. Weird lips. Physics of that whole thing, it's not entirely clear how Asuka made it down from the top of that tower, but she's a Tekken, I guess, so that's fine. I forgot Wang is in this game. This game has like a huge roster, not compared to like Tag 2 or 7, but like at the time, Tekken 4, of course, had a much smaller roster. But 5 kind of more or less brought everyone back. Sanuj, what's up? Yeah, I think when I say that this like really set the template for every Tekken follow it, I do think that is a double-edged sword, like for good or for bad, because I think Tekken 4 in many ways is one of the most both interesting Tekken games, but also like aesthetically exciting and cool. Like a lot of they made some bold kind of evolutions of the character designs and costume designs in 4, and alongside many bold like game design changes. And I feel like they walked back all of the former when they walked back the latter as well. You know, most of the changes made in Tekken 4 weren't like very well received, I don't think, as evidenced by the fact that very few of them remain. But also like the visuals, like yeah, everything about Tekken 5 was like, well, we experimented a bit, but let's kind of bring it back in. I mean, that's not to say that nothing remained. Obviously, there's like walls. The whole like the characters actually having voices and more of the sort of dialogue stuff. Like there's bits and pieces that survive. Like you can see some of the things from Tekken 4 in 5, you know, but at the same time, you can, I think, in this kind of new visual style, especially when it comes to character designs, like costumes, like I think you see so much more of 3 than anything else. And I think it's exacerbated by the fact that, with the exception of some things in the later years of Tekken 7, like by and large, in the like 15 plus years since this game came out, the looks of these characters like haven't changed. Whereas up until this point, the characters tended to look a bit different with every game. And I think that's like, it's one thing if characters have always looked the same, but when they've kept changing and then they just stop changing at a certain point, to me that's like, that's a bummer for sure. I never played 4 at the time. I played Tekken 2, I played Tekken 3. I didn't know anyone who had a PS2, really. So Tekken Tag Tournament and Tekken 4 completely passed me by. And I got my PS2 sort of around the time Tekken 5 was coming out. But I had appreciated Tekken 4 from a distance in terms of its, you know, aesthetics, if nothing else. But let me check. The colors seem really weird. Do I have... Yeah, that's what I thought. This didn't look right. Yeah, Tekken 4, I think, like, it had a lot of, like, it was pretty busted. That's the thing. Like, it wasn't that it was not fun or good to play, but, like, it had, like, irregular and uneven arenas with, like, slopes and staircases and walls and pillars and stuff that led to very strange, like, wall combos. It had, a very heavy emphasis on just frame inputs. Like, a lot of characters had moves that were just way better if you did the just input or just frame version. Just frame being a term in Tekken that basically means, usually, it essentially means a move that has like a directional input and a button input, that if you hit the last direction and the button on the same frame, you get like a better version of the move. So there's like a larger than usual emphasis on like sort of perfect execution. And yeah, there's some other kind of weird things like that. And then, I don't know, to a degree, balance in general, I guess. Because, I mean, I wasn't into Tekken 4. I don't know the details. But even just playing it, there's some strange stuff, like the position switch. Like, everyone's regular 1+3 throw was replaced with a move called position switch, where you literally just swap places with the opponent. And that was, like, never in games after that. But, of course, you know, it made sense that they would have something like that in that game in particular, because it's the game that introduced positional advantage as a concept. Because up until that point, every stage in Tekken, and every Tekken game had just been infinite. But Tekken 4, I'm not sure if Tekken 4 had any infinite stages, actually. But it certainly, most of its stages had walls. And some of them slopes and pillars and obstacles and stuff. And I guess because of that, now that positional advantage was a concept. Like, it makes sense, I suppose, that they would introduce more moves or methods for adjusting your position, but it was still kind of weird. Yeah, 5.0 is definitely not very well balanced either. Opponent audio is loud. Yeah, it looked loud. I was trying to adjust it. Let me see if we can turn it down in game. Something like that. Hopefully that's better. It looks a little bit low now, but we'll see how it looks in game. Yeah, that's the thing. Exactly that demo. Like, I'm sure, not that I'm a you know, avid Tekken 7 player, but I would assume like going back to Tekken 3 and Tekken 2, it's a bit weird, but everything is old and like you expect it to be a little weird. Tekken 4, it's like modern enough that you expect it to handle similarly, but then there's a lot of stuff that just is different. Can I do... Yes, okay. I have an unusual joystick layout here, so it's gonna be easier. Thankfully, it's actually quick and easy to actually change your controls. Pretty good system. You hold the button and you just like switch left and right. Pretty nice way of doing it. I mean, every 3D fighter, I would say every 3D fighter from before like 97-ish is bound to be pretty clunky. Kind of interesting. You actually can play this in 16:9. Is this progressive? Yeah, interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have. I'm connected via RGB, so progressive isn't, to my knowledge, going to work. You need to have a component. But that's actually pretty sick. Like, there are some games, a decent amount. Okay, this definitely looks better. That support progressive scan, but it's not all of them that actually give you the option like this. A lot of the time, it's you have to hold some button when you boot up. It's kind of crazy how much, like, you know what? Let me actually double check. The amount of overscan. Let me try to use this. Did I have this? There we go. That's better. I thought I had the right option, but I wasn't sure if this game was doing something funky. It would have loaded. Oh, well, whatever. Oh, yeah. Let me make sure here that we have enabled the... There we go. The channel point reward for choosing my character. If someone would like to do that. Actually, let me also... let me do a prediction here. That's something I'm like trying to do more often, but I always kind of forget. Let me do one, and will there be a 1cc tonight? Yes. No. And we'll let this rock for a bit. I guess if I get a 1cc before this is finished, then so be it. But let's do 20 minutes is fine. Feel free to bet if I will be able to achieve a 1 credit clear in any of the games we play tonight. Obviously, it's going to depend a lot on which games come up. But we've had plenty of 1cc's. We've had plenty of games where I'm stuck for an hour on the final boss. So you never know. You never know. Yeah, Dark Resurrection I never really played because it only came out on PSP first. And then by the time it came out on PS3, I guess, I don't know, I didn't really have interest in it. I know that game in particular had some issue with like PAL video on Japanese consoles, because that was definitely a thing on PS3. There was some like region weirdness with that game, I recall. But I think at that point I'd also kind of fallen off Tekken. I've never been a big fan of Tekken in terms of actually playing it, but Tekken 5 was when I had fun with it, and then I like started playing more serious Tekken players, and then I'm like, oh yeah, okay, never mind. I don't think I actually like this much. So there wasn't that much incentive for me to grab that game to get into it. Yeah, Dark Resurrection was never on PS2. All right, but let's do it. Arcade battle.
The King of Iron Fist.
Right, of course. We don't have any characters unlocked because that's the thing. Even these pictures are like weirdly blurry and low res. Got your like player card thing here. Yeah, it's like, it's bringing back memories, but it's also like, been so long I don't really remember a lot of these details. But also,
get ready for the next battle.
So much of this is so like indistinguishable from Tekken 7. Like it hasn't changed that much. Soundtrack in this game though, fucking good.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, right, I'm using the wrong buttons. No wonder my inputs are all wrong. Alright. Alright. I'm just warming up. Oh yeah, wait, right. I didn't look too closely. You're right. It actually is like story battle. Yeah, we should do that. You're right. Because arcade. Right. There's no like ending. Right. Okay. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. I was just kind of right. Because here's the devil within. Right. This is the stupid third-person thing. Arcade is like. Yeah. This is basically what they made. This is where you're fighting like fake opponents. This is basically what became Treasure Battle in Tekken 7. There we go.
The King of Iron Fist tournament.
Yeah, there we go, because now we don't have like the user account thing. I thought it was a little weird that showed up. There we go. Yeah, because in these games, they started having like the intro. That's something that started in Tekken 4.
Kazuya Mishima.
Yeah, have the
Kazuya Mishima, knocked
Johnny
unconscious
artworks.
by Jin in the Battle of Honmaru. As he came to, he was attacked by Jax. Damn, are they after me too? Says Kazuya. For a while, Kazuya and Heihachi fought as father and son. But Devil Kazuya flew away, leaving Heihachi to die alone.
This is so fucking terrible. It's pretty funny, because like...
Kazuya enters the King of
This is a
Iron
perfect
Fist Tournament 5
representation
to make the
of how
traitors pay.
much of a sleeping pill the story mode in Tekken 7 was. It's like the same level of energy as this voiceover as like the entire Tekken 7 story mode. So fucking awful. I'm still mad about it 5 years later or whatever.
Round 1. Fight.
I always love that stomp. And this. That kick's the sickest. Yeah, the stages and music, I think, in this game is...
You win.
I haven't played Tekken 6, really. But in 7... Attack 2, there were a lot of pretty lame stages. Alright.
You win.
Yeah, this is still a
Get
really
ready
nice
for the
looking game.
next battle.
Like, the character models are just so nice looking.
Get your cameras ready, folks. This ain't gonna last long.
Round
I hate the
one.
stage. Just this is the worst stage, the worst music. You just hear fucking John DiMaggio making noises in the background. Like his voice stands out so clearly. Best stage. This is by far the worst stage. Damn it! Come on! Just yelling hoodlums in the back.
Round two.
Damn it! Come on! Just say. Realized that was a move, but sure. Oh yeah. Most satisfying string.
You win.
Multiple win poses. Remember that,
Get
guys?
ready
Remember
for
in
the
fighting
next
games when
battle.
characters used to have more than one win pose at the end of a match?
Round one.
I like this costume for Julia. Okay, sure. It's interesting too, like some of them. I know in some games there's some like weird discrepancies where the artwork doesn't match what's actually like the main
You
costume.
win. Round two.
But I wonder if that would have been the case with Julia and Asuka, or if we're just like getting characters using other costumes, which is good. Like that's how that should be done. I can't believe I'm getting electrics anywhere close to consistent. But I think the electrics are probably... I know that it's like different, like not every character... Like some characters have more lenient electrics than others. Like it's not a just
Get ready
frame
for the
technically,
next
'cause I think
battle.
it's a 2 or 3 frame window. It's probably different from game to game too.
You're the coward that ran away from danger.
なぜそのことを知っている貴様誰だ
I have no need to explain anything to you.
すぐ話す気になる
Round one.
I like this shit. See, this is like sufficient. You don't need big, boring, tedious story modes. Oh yeah, I remember the sunset effect, the lens flare and everything. That's like pretty sick. I'm trying to block here. I'm getting 10 string. Fucking 10 strings, man. Did I know Heihachi Mishima's dead? I've been told, yes. But I have a feeling he might pull through.
Round two. Fight.
I don't know any real combos, as I'm sure you can tell. Like, big story modes can be fun if they're done well, but statistically, they aren't.
Win.
Okay, that
Final
transition looked a little funky.
round. Fight.
Got him. Oh, we'll crush that. Oh, come on. All right, Rook wants you to see. Okay.
You
It's
lose.
just business. Don't take it personally.
Continue. 8.
Man, some of this stuff is so.
Get ready for the
Good.
next battle.
It's useless to resist.
Round 1.
Well, the thing with Street Fighter 6 is that, like, I don't think World Tour is positioned as the story mode. At least I think it shouldn't be. For one, it's not called story mode. But also, I don't think that mode is or should be. Oh, I'll stick with that. It's basically just matching, but even so, I'll take it. I don't think. I hope at least that game is that mode isn't serving to
Round 2.
present the plot of Street Fighter 6. I think it's a great idea and a cool looking mode for like walking around in the world of the game. Like hanging out with characters, you know, taking in the world, enjoying the world building and characters and all that. But there's a big difference between that kind of stuff and like telling a story. I think I've ranted about this many times. I think fighting games
Nothing you could do, even if I told you.
don't inherently lend themselves to telling a story, but they do lend themselves very well to having a rich tapestry of characters and a universe that you get to sort of see through the eyes of those characters and the interactions they have. And
We don't know yet.
I feel like it's more important
But you must know. What was
to
under the
like
temple?
have the feeling of inhabiting that world and spending time with those characters than it is to have a story with a beginning, middle, and end. It's not to say you can't do that, but I think it's like those two things
Get ready for
aren't
the
really
next
inherently
battle.
compatible. All right, best song.
Round 1.
Good stage too.
Fight.
Like this Nina costume as well. I like this costume a lot better than her standard one, which is the one she's basically had in every game since. Except for 7, where she has a wedding dress for some reason. I hate that weird cackle. Oh, it's weird. It's a weird punish. But I will say, like, I'm still super excited for World Tour mode. I think it's gonna be I would love for more fighting games to have fun fucking around modes like that.
Round 2. Fight.
But they've shown recently like small bits and pieces of the, you know, basically similar to this, like illustrations that serve as like the intro to arcade modes in Street Fighter 6. And that makes me more excited, the fact that like, yeah, they're taking that traditional structure with a little bit of narrative sprinkled into it, which is what has been done since forever. Like Street Fighter Alpha 3 did that. Obviously these Tekken games have done that. And like, yeah, if you do, you have a little cutscene thing, a little intro to set the stage. Okay, nice tracking. And you have, you know, dialogue scene or two in the middle of the game and an ending.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
That's all you need.
Continue.
Like, and you do that for every character, so that like no matter which
ready
character
for the
you
next
pick, you
battle.
get to see
Time to die.
see
Round 1.
something. You get to see that character go through, you know, however simplistic, you get to see them go through a narrative of sorts, a journey. And you won't like, you won't have the problem of feeling like left out because you wanted to play a character that wasn't like deemed important enough to be featured in the main story mode. It's like that's a big problem with Tekken 7 story mode. It only features like 4 or 5 characters, and
You win.
the pathetic excuse for a like arcade mode ending type thing they put in that game is not any kind of consolation. Surely that's punishable. So yeah, I'm just like really sick of fighting games. Of the, like the last kind of couple of years,
Final round.
fighting games not sort of
Fight.
like even abandoning the stuff that did work well and was fun and satisfying in older fighting games, like and doing either nothing instead or doing something like really shitty.
You
Oh, that was
continue.
quick. Try again.
Get ready for the next
And
battle.
Tekken 7 is like maybe the worst example of that. But Soul Calibur 6 was also really bad. Like it had a bunch of story stuff and like single player modes, but they're all like really dull and boring and tedious. You know, Marvel Infinite, it's a good one too. Like Marvel 3 had proper character endings, and then and it had like the Heroes and Heralds mode, which was pretty sick too. And then Marvel Infinite has no endings, has a shitty story mode, NRS style, but really boring and dumb with weird fights.
You win. Round 2.
And like even the boss, like it has an actual boss, but like arcade mode is like 5 matches. It's very unsatisfying. Nope. We got there. And yeah, it's like it's a big relief to see that Street Fighter 6 is like putting
話にならんな。
win poses are so sick.
Get ready for the next
Putting money and effort into providing for like an entertaining experience beyond like not thinking of it of,
round
like
1.
not just as like a fighting game, but like just a game for people to enjoy. This is one of the coolest stages game songs too. I want to say I like the Dark Resurrection remix of this better, but feels really good. The stages are pretty nice in this game. Looks like there's a lot of detail going on.
Win.
For being like relatively not boring arenas, but like compared to Tekken 4, like the layouts are a little more reined in. They're a little simpler. They still do a lot with them to make them visually exciting to look at. Of course, man, there's some weird like stun on stuff, like stuff that doesn't look like it would comboing.
Final round. Fight.
Dude, how was I in recovery? Dude, that's definitely one of the things that I don't like about this game. This has like the last vestiges of Tekken's mega fucked up
Continue.
wake up game.
Get ready for the next
Like
battle.
Tekken 7 pretty much doesn't have it at all.
Fight.
But like the older Tekkens for sure, like every knockdown is like a vortex guessing game. And you spend half the round trying to stand up. And there's like this incredibly convoluted system for different methods of standing up. And if you pick the wrong one, you get knocked down onto the ground again. And it just feels fucking terrible. Lucky. Yeah, MK versus DC is kind of funny because like it was pretty praised at the time. And of course it is the stepping stone, like not just the story mode, but there's a lot of MK9. Like it's easy to think of MK9 as a new beginning and kind of a clean slate, and in some ways it is, but in many, many ways, I didn't know how many kicks he was going to do. In many ways, MKDC has a lot of MK9 in it, and oh, okay. Oh. And it feels like you could argue that MKDC is like the stepping stone, like the missing link between old weird 3D MK and MK9 onwards. But I think it's more that MK9 has more of that
You win.
old 3D MK jank in it than
Get ready
might
for the
think.
next battle.
But the story mode, of course, is like literally the first time they did that story mode, which is
Round
exactly
one.
the template they followed for everything
Fight.
since. But yeah, it is. It's pretty terrible. Like the writing is pretty shitty. There's like, yeah, the justification for the fights are incredibly flimsy. And one of the things that definitely it suffers from is because it's all done like in engine and everything. Like there are no locations for any scenes that isn't a stage in the game. There are no characters. Well, technically, I think there's a handful of NPCs. Quan Chi shows up because he was meant to be a DLC character, but they never, because of like Midway was in the process of collapsing, they ended up not releasing any DLC for the game. But there's some Amazons hanging out with Wonder Woman and stuff. But basically, you just have like two people standing in an arena having a short conversation before they just the rage, and then they start fighting. Fucking 10 strings. Like no one would use this in real life, but it's in the game, so the AI can knowledge check you.
Lose.
Ugh,
Continue.
hate this shit.
8. Get ready for the next
Like
battle.
that's definitely one thing that I've never liked about Tekken. There's so
Round
many,
one.
like the part of the game where you get like knowledge checked, like just comes so early and so unavoidably at like every level of the game. Like you can be play at like the most novice of novice levels, and if you learn 2 or 3 strings, like if the opponent doesn't know how to block them or recognize them, they'll be in trouble. And I feel like that's kind of in the way that it's like there's something about the specifics of how like Tekken move lists come together that make it like there's a lot more strings and longer strings. Like BF has plenty of strings, but it's very unusual for a string to be more than 3 attacks.
Get ready for the next battle.
Even 3 attacks in a string is like somewhat unusual.
Round 1. Fight.
But here there's just like so much of them. Man. A lot of kind of awkward collision too. Great. I mean, MKDC reviewed well. It sold really well. I'm sure it sold way more than this game.
You win. Round 2.
But it was,
Fight.
yeah, it's not very good for a lot of reasons. Like the T rating and the lack of gore or whatever, it's like not even in the top 20 of like MKDC's problems, in my opinion. It's okay, we got there. Smoke thinking Melina is Katana, starts a fight with Jade and MK. Yeah,
You win.
I'd say that's still less stupid than most of what's going on in
Ready for the
MKDC.
next battle.
Kazuya, よくもこのわしをはめ撃って。
Oh, he got better, I
相
guess.
変わらず何も分かっていないようだな。俺があんな姑息な手を使うと思うか。
なんじゃと。ふんでははめられたのは貴様も同じ。
Like, Tekken has cool characters. Pressing buttons feels pretty good.
連中ひねり潰すことなど造作もない。
But to me, like, actually playing against other people very quickly gets to be a very
誰だというのじゃ。
frustrating experience.
まだ気づかない。今日まで俺を騙しておきながら。
I think it's gotten a little bit better about not having as much arcane knowledge to be necessary, like, on a
お前な
basic
ら分
level.
かるだろうが。
Like I said, the wake-up stuff being
丸の地下。
a lot simplified in the sense that you can quick rise and, like, or tech roll or whatever to kind of avoid it. But also,
Round
even if you
one.
do get knocked down,
Fight.
if you get hit as you're waking up, you don't land back on the ground. You land on your feet. That's a huge difference. Easier to learn multiple characters in Tekken. I mean, I can see that to a degree because it's. I would say KOF is definitely like that because there's such a huge emphasis on like universal system mechanics. It's kind of designed that way because you need to have the team and everything. I think with Tekken, it's not that it's hard to use characters; it's hard to fight characters. And I'm not talking about like high-level play or competitive play. I'm just talking about like. Ah, that was meant to be a one. Just, you know, on a basic level, interacting with the game and, like, getting through a match. Like, characters can very easily throw out basic stuff that's hard to block. Or it's not hard or easy. It's you have to know it. You can't really react to it or intuit. You just have to know. If you compare that to something like a Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat or whatever. I mean, MK is similar. You know, it's got strings and everything.
Fight.
But it has very few, like MK11 as an example, has very, very few like legit mix-ups in terms of like high-low mix-ups, and where it does, none of it leads to combos, pretty much. Whereas in Tekken, I feel like there's plenty of strings where it's just like you're not. It's not a guessing game because there's no options, there's no mix-up. But if you don't know if you need to block high or low, you eat a big hit at the end of the combo or a launcher or something. Oh, come on. That's a bug. Should just, yeah. I got flustered because that 1-2
Continue.
was supposed to be a grab. I did the forward
ready for the
1+2, the headbutt, but it didn't come out.
Round one. Fight.
Tekken also has like, yeah, just a lot of, in my mind, like very unintuitive aspects. For me, it was always like weird that Tekken was like always considered like the easy 3D fighter to get into, because to me it's like super. It's not that it's just like super deep and super complex. It's that it's like unintuitive and hard to understand, or like so many things, interactions that end up being kind of confusing. And especially if you like do endeavor to kind of actually learn it. I feel like Virtua Fighter is so much more intuitive. in a lot. Like Virtua Fighter to me is more like systemically kind of built up on a foundation of a common grammar that's easier to understand. Okay, good start. Nice. Got him. Yeah, and I mean, it's not just that they're bad at explaining, because they're not doing any attempts, but so did very few games. But stuff like when you're on the ground, like punch buttons roll and kick buttons attack. One button will attack low, one will attack mid, but it's not like for me, for example, I always, it bothers me greatly that people bring up the fact that Tekken's button labels are like left and right, punch and kick. There's one button per limb. That's easy to understand. And I think that's such a, like, what a fucking magic trick Namco pulled by labeling the buttons that way, and in doing so, convincing people that that's actually intuitive or helpful. Because in my mind, the problem for me is that, like, they do ascribe kind of universal meanings on occasion to those buttons. Like your standing 1 will be your faster, like standing 1 will be faster than a standing 2. 2 is maybe more likely to be a launching move than a 1. There's like hop kicks, like a jump 3 is different from a jump 4 in a way that's sort of universal, except Kazuya, of course, is a weird jump 4, like a hop kick. But not a single one of those things you could look at and say, well, of course a left punch will hit weaker than a right punch. Or like, oh yeah, when I launch people, I always launch with my right punch. I never launch with my left. Like, if they were called light and heavy, I could see an easier time saying like, well, yeah, I understand. All right, you can do multiple. And I'm not saying Tekken is particularly unintuitive. I'm not saying necessarily that there is something vastly more inherently like intuitive about the way buttons are labeled in other fighting games. But I just think it's bizarre. I feel like people who repeat that idea, like, have they thought about it? Like, what does it mean to them? Like, why do people feel it? Because clearly they feel it, they mean it. I don't think people are lying. But like, what is it about it that makes it feel intuitive to know that you have one button per limb? Like,
continue.
You know, old MK has high punch and low punch, high and low kick. Like, yeah, okay, I understand what that means. And, you know, a lot of 2D fighters especially have like weak and heavy. And I feel like that's like perfectly intuitive. I mean, okay, you have 2 punches and 2 kicks. That's a lot more intuitive than Guilty Gear. It has like 5 buttons that are just different. Well, no, okay, there's slash and heavy slash. So there's one type of button that has 2 strength levels, and then there's punch and kick and dust and respect and round. It's just, okay, sure.
Fight.
But the idea that like, oh man, I always like the fact you have 1 button per limb. Yeah, it's so just easy to understand. Like, dude, how? What is it that's easy to understand about it? I will just... let's just say that I've never heard a satisfying explanation. Just to understand when people use numbers, because it's like 5 times easier to say.
Continue. Get ready for the
I mean, there's nothing else to it than that.
Round 1. Fight.
How does that dodge? Okay, well, whatever. It's a boss. Remember in fighting games that boss characters? Dude, where am I? Well, modern MK pretty universally use Tekken notation. But I think that's for me, that's like a whatever. Like, learning what people call the buttons is not like a real hurdle. Learning.
Round 2. Fight.
Like, it's not, like, it's one thing if you feel like there's a lot of jargon or something. Like, yeah, sure. But there's 4 buttons, and they're labeled in, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it.
You lose. Continue.
Like, I would go on a limb and say that if you have trouble memorizing that, I mean, I'm unfortunate, but I feel like that's a little bit more of a you problem. I don't know.
Fight.
Obviously, that's very subjective. I don't mean to be insulting, but I just want to point out that what I'm saying has nothing to do with that. Because I don't think when people are talking about the intuitiveness of it, they're not talking about what buttons are called, but like the conceptual sort of binding.
Fight.
And the thing is, like, again, like, if you have a boxing game or something where there's like a very clear spatial relationship, or like, you know, I'm pressing this button because I distinctly want to use my right hand for something or my left hand. In that case, yeah, it could be frustrating and weird if I don't know which button will use my left hand or my right hand. But I don't think that's ever the case in Tekken. Like, from this, I was trying to say something. From this distance and from this camera angle,
Continue. Get ready
like, even
for the
something,
next
let's
battle.
actually a good piece of evidence, I think, for that is the idea of throw escapes. And it's going to be a me thing, of course, that I'm just bad, but oh, he heals himself. In Tekken games, you have different throw.
Round 2.
Basically, you have 1 throws and 2 throws. Throws that you escape by pressing the 1 button, and throws you escape by pressing the 2 button. And I guess you have 1+2 escapes as well. Okay, he got a double perfect.
You lose.
And the way you can distinguish, you can see the character attempting
Get
the
ready
throw,
for the next battle.
whether they reach out with their left hand or they reach out with their right hand or with both hands,
Round
is
1.
how you tell if it's a 1 throw or a 2 throw or 1+2 throw. And if you're good enough, by design, you can visually distinguish those animations and react accordingly and know, like, that's why good players escape throws more often than not. Okay. But in all my years of very casually dabbling in Tekken, I don't think I've ever a single time seen the character grabbing me and been able to distinguish, oh, that was a left grab, that was a right grab, let alone react in time with the correct button. Well, like, if someone were to tell me, like, oh, that was a, you know, like, I've heard it explained to me, but I can't say that I've ever, like, seen the difference between a left grab and a right grab. Obviously, like, this is trying to explain that concept in this fight, if people are, like, curious. Yeah, I'm sure Jinpachi makes it, like, extremely difficult to see. Just of his weird body shape and everything. Oh, that's weird. But, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I've never been able to distinguish it on any character. And to me, that illustrates the fact that, like, nice. That no, like, that would be a case where, like, oh yeah, left and right, which is which, like, it makes sense and it's intuitive. But you have to really, really practice to be able to tell the difference and react to them. At which point, that sort of natural intuitiveness of which button is which will long be, you know, irrelevant. If we're talking about it in terms of, like, it makes the game easy to understand. Like, I don't play fighting games. I think they're complicated, but Tekken is easy to understand because left punch, right punch. Like, that's the idea that I just take umbrage with. Got him. Yeah, there's like a generic Jinpachi Death FMV, right? But I guess it doesn't play for Kazuya. That's a pretty lame ending. Well, let's not waste time. Let's actually, I was gonna start the new raffle, but I don't want to do that just yet because there's something we need to look at. Let's skip this. Oh, the stage is so good. I don't get to like enter initials, do I? Oh no, I guess story battle doesn't. We're just seeing leaderboards, right? So we unlocked the theater mode. So we should save, but I'm curious to see. Oh, you start with 100,000. Oh, maybe I just unlocked 100,000 Gs. Hey, we unlocked. Did we actually fight a time release character? We certainly didn't fight Roger. Oh yeah, Peck is probably not. Yeah, Peck's not in the standard. Yeah, he's a time release. That makes sense. We fought with him. Yeah, because I guess these are the time release characters, and then Heihachi is here at the bottom. Jinpachi is not playable in this one, right? He's only the boss character, and he was playable in Tag 2, but I don't think he's in this one. You get 100k for the first. Okay, nice. Full devil within. Yeah, how many weeks you guys got? But yeah, so I haven't messed much with Tekken 6. In fact, I'm not sure if I've ever once played it. But with Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 7, I think the customization is dog shit compared to what it is in 5. By some metrics, it is more limited, yes. Oh yeah, right. So I pressed circle, so we got the kick costume. So I select the punch costume to get this one. So in modern Tekken, saying at least Tag 2 and 7, there's very, very few character-specific options. Like, it's all generic t-shirts and jackets and shit, and they all look fucking awful. They don't fit the characters nicely. You don't, like, the upper body is, like, one slot. So you can't, like, put a t-shirt with a vest and shoulder pads and gloves and, like, mix and match. Nope, it's just one. Like, lower body, one thing. The only thing you can really, like, have some freedom with is basically the head, where there's, like, hairstyles are separate from headwear and glasses and earrings, maybe. But, like, that's it. But you can't, like, you can't make a cool version of a character that feels in character, like, at all. So I'm betting if I had a... Okay, I can zoom a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna say if I had a controller, I can move the camera around a little bit more, maybe. But yeah, so rock region, like a slick back hair with the sideburns, it looks sick. Wild hair, wild all back. So I can't. Yeah, so the 100,000 doesn't last, like, doesn't get us very far apparently. But like, yeah, okay, so you get 4 hairstyles, but they all fit him. I remember I used to use the Regent hairstyle. Interike sunglass, like sunglass that makes him look intelligent, I guess. Gold sunglasses. Oh yeah, that's like bevel ears. Still hard to make out. I guess we can zoom in a little bit. Gold necklace. Yeah, it has the stomach wrap. Let me set. Shoulder armor. Yeah, so you get like 3 items here per costume. I think it's, yeah, it's different per costume. Yeah, the sneakers. Yeah, and he has a gun. I can't rotate either. He has like, or spare gloves. Like, these all look cool. And you have like a number of slots. Like, you don't get to do like 3 RGB values or whatever. Like, honestly, this system, compared to Tekken 7, the fact that you have 2 fully different costumes and every single item is like bespoke. Yeah, so you get like Jin hair. Got the movie goatee. I guess it's like one thing that's separate, or like the same for both. Yeah, it's a pocket watch. Devil tail, which we can't really see. Bear gloves. Yeah, like, yeah, it doesn't matter in my mind if you have more options, if none of the options are actually any good. And I think in this game, by and large, the options are good. Bruton G, greetings. We are done with this game, so I'm afraid I'll refund your choice there. But why don't we take a look at Asuka's customization to make up for it? Sun visor, hat, pigtails, headset. All right, 40 sunglasses. Yeah, but I mean, even this, of course, at the time was like pretty pathetic compared to the depth of options you had for customization in Virtua Fighter 4. Oh, cool. You buy the extra costume here. Yeah, because this game also had a couple of guest, like, costume designers, guest artists create costume designs, which they did for a number of games after this, too. But let me set up the new raffle here. Yeah, there we go. The raffle is now open for the next game. Thank you, Deco Jazz, for this pick. Guess we'll stop the timer there, a little arbitrarily. And we'll take a look at Asuka's other costume over here going on. So wait, was that the punch costume? I think so. No, it isn't. Okay, I had a vague recollection of this, yeah. For some reason, her, like, normal costume is her alternate, and her regular costume is this one. Short hair. Japanese-style hair. That's cool. No headband. It's like, oh, it's a flower, I guess. Glasses. Gas protector and a bow, of course. Neckband. It's, Sarigama, yeah. Ribbon, alright. Don't know about that chain, but alright. Yeah, pretty cool. So yeah, Tekken 5. Definitely an enjoyable game. Yeah, and I remember even back then, like, just having the arcade mode, just doing this, like, the endless battle, to grind for, like, coins. But, of course, like, doing Devil Within, I want to say, aside from giving, like, big, fight money bonuses, you also, I think, unlock costume items directly. Oh yeah, that's right. You complete Devil Within to unlock Devil Jin as a character. He's not a time release. He's like unlocked. And I want to say, if you unlock all the time release characters and Devil Jin, I guess that's how you unlock Heihachi. Man, it's been a long time. I don't really remember. Yeah, I definitely felt like a nice solid package game. And of course, speaking of unlock or including cool stuff, it has the full arcade versions of Tekken 1, 2, and 3. Like, just as a bonus, like, that's a pretty insane deal. Even if, of course, these games are pretty like, compared to the console versions, they don't have CG endings, they don't have alternate game modes and anything like that, but again, just as a fun little bonus thing, it's really sick. 200 matches to unlock Devil Jin. I see. Yeah, but I remember at the time, like, Devil Within wasn't, like, amazing or anything, but as a novelty, It was definitely really cool. I mean, it was certainly no less cool than any of the conquest modes in the Mortal Kombat games or whatever. I mean, hell, it's way better than the story mode in Tekken 7. All right. Let's see who is the winner. Let's go.
Get ready
Boom.
for the next
Semenasuke. Congrats. Oh, yeah. Let me go update the spreadsheet and mark Tekken 7 as being played. Semenasuke, please let us know what will be the next game. 5. I guess I can delete the new text there. Today is 2022-11-25. You can also unlock Star Battle. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Starblade. Oh, that's kind of neat. I'm sure I did that back in the day. I didn't remember that was a thing, but that makes sense. Rise of the Robots. You have nothing to apologize for, my friend. We are, as I feel the need to remind everyone every time we do one of these streams, if I would not want to play a game, if I would be upset at it being picked, I would not have put it on the list. All right, give me a moment here to organize. Crap. Back in the shelf. All right, so Rise of the Robots for the Super Famicom. It is. We did take a brief look at this. Because I got it very recently, and it is. Oh no. Sure is something. Sure is something. Here of the disc. We'll get that shortly. Over here, some. I was gonna say I might have put it back in the versus fighting game drawer. Yeah, I mean, games can be canceled if it turns out that they're not working. But I never cancel a pick because I don't want to play it. That doesn't happen. Let's. We should also change this. This. Teeny soft. The gods. All right, let me update some stuff here. Shitty scan of the cover, but I don't have the box myself, so it is what it is. Design Kabuki did not end me, nothing will. I do think that's a reasonable assessment. I'm also going to, because I will otherwise forget, enable the challenge to bypass the raffle. I'm going to take a look at the requests queue here. A lot of ancient drawing requests, which I should hopefully get to soon. Crazy climber. So choose. I will reject. I'll refund you your points there, Vernon G. But yeah, playing this, that other week, I was like pretty impressed with some aspects of it. Like I knew it's not good, but the fact that they have these like the music, the whole like Brian Eno thing or whatever, because that like he did music for both games, and I remember it being like prominently advertised on the cover and everything in the manual for the second game, and it all amounts to like 1 4-second loop. But this game actually has like, yeah, just listen to it. It's got a bunch of fucking guitar noodling and shit. And it sounds good. And like even the visuals, like the not talking so much about like the modeling or rendering perhaps, but like how it actually comes across, like the actual assets, how they look. And yeah, like these are the characters being animated here. Like there's these little pseudo FMV sequences between stages and stuff. Which is like pretty sick. Okay, so there is a difficulty option here. I recall there not being a difficulty option. We played this on medium last time, and in true Amiga fashion, you get no continues. So I'm not gonna feel too. You know what? Let's try it on medium, but I'm not gonna feel guilty whatsoever for doing this on easy. All right, you let it sit there for 5 seconds, and it just resets out of it. Like I'm sure there's strats. Like I'm sure it's not like, despite every like all the marketing. I'm sure the AI is not that amazingly complex. Super moves. I feel like if I turn it on, this will only be used against me, because I'm not gonna know how to do any super moves. But we might see some cool shit. Like, well, it's not gonna be that cool, but we might see some moderately above average stuff. So enable it. 7 bounce. Let's go 3. There we go. It's like this weird. Even the options menu is awkward. Like you're just going through one option at a time. Okay, let's do training. I guess we pick the opponent. Press a direction. No, okay, I can only press right once, but if I press left... Okay, for some reason, there's a list that goes from left to right, but the first entry on the list is like the second from the right? Strange. I want to say this guy is the one that defeated us. Maybe not. It was a big dude. No, okay, I guess this is... Everything's bad. Low, poor. No tactical abilities. Threat minimum. So, but yeah, a lot of the presentation stuff, this with the text, like, writing out, like, the sort of... The flavor is legitimately really cool. Like, it's very well done. But, you know... To what end? To what end? Do I actually, like... Training, this is just going to be versus mode, right? Yeah. So, I have basically Street Fighter buttons, I guess. But... buttons, like, all the kicks are the same animation. I can barely tell which one is... Like, I think A is light and X is medium. I think this is medium. No, okay, on the crouching one, this one is definitely slower. Yeah, you have like three buttons that do kicks. It's very, very subtly different speeds, but they're all the same animation. Okay, so when I'm jumping, not only do my kicks all use the same animation, my punches do too. So I have 6 jump attacks that all use the exact same animation. And I don't know to what extent, if any, they are actually different. Okay, I think back and kick... Yeah, back and kick plays a different animation, but it still doesn't... Back and either kick button will still do, I think, moves with different timing, but those 3 are also using the same animation. Punches seem to be the same regardless of direction. Yeah, dude, there's like so few animations. And of of course, the animation itself, like the posing, is like super weak. Like nothing looks. Oh, right. No idea what the input. If anyone wants to look up a move list for this game, feel free to do so. I just noticed sometimes when I'm pressing forward or backward and heavy kick, sometimes it just does a big tackle like that. Yeah, it's very unwieldy to have 6 buttons. That it's very hard to, like, again, talking about intuitiveness and buttons doing different things, like, I feel like in Street Fighter games and similar stuff, like, I can conceptually very easily keep track of, right, I got punch and kick. Those are 2 categories. In each category, I can go light, medium, heavy. Light is low risk, but low reward. Heavy is high risk and high reward. Medium is somewhere in the middle. And then, of course, there's, like, a lot of stuff on top of that, where in Street Fighter, like, yeah, crouching medium kick is usually a poke, because it's, like, usually safe. You can sometimes maybe cancel it to a fireball or something. But even on that, like, mega basic level, if you don't know the special moves or anything, you can still sort of guess, or you can at the very least try each button once and get some sort of sense. All right, this looks like it's punching up in the air. All right, let me try to, like, I'm not going to use that as a poke. I'll use that as an anti-air. That kind of thing. But here, it's just like everything has the same animation. So if they're different, how are they different? Will it matter? Whew. Yes, of course, this game has a sequel. A veritable masterpiece as this will, of course, have a sequel. Rise 2 Resurrection, which, of course, I also own. I have the PlayStation version, I think. That one has, like, fatalities and shit. Anyway, let's do mission brief. Let's do it. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty ambitious for this game to have these kind of sequences. But for all of it to survive intact for this, like, console version is even more impressive. Well, I say intact. I guess I don't know offhand how it looks on the Amiga or PC versions. Okay, I wasn't sure if I skipped it or if I paused it. But I guess I did skip it. Check some clear. But basically my strat is like trying to use the moves that appear to have the longest range. But as is typically the case in extremely dank fighting games, hit stun is merely a suggestion. Nico Jazz in chat with special moves. Back, forward, punch, or kick, of course. Even for special moves, it doesn't matter which fucking button you use. Down, up. And I have no sense whatsoever if I need to charge. Like, I felt before, like, maybe it was a charge kind of thing, but... Oof. It's not hard to get it out. I mean, maybe if you learn how to actually do it, like, what the game wants you to actually do, you can learn to do it consistently. But it doesn't quite behave like you would expect from civilized fighting games. Yeah, you have, like... There's no proximity blocking, so... Anytime the opponent is throwing out an attack, if you're holding back, you will block. And jump attacks have, like, infinite active frames. He's, like, pressing... Yeah, I'm trying to do special moves. I'm trying to do the tackle. But he's, like, blocking... Or, like, he's attacking, rather, when I'm trying to do my move. But instead of my move coming out, I'm just blocking. Do it slowly. Yeah, so I don't know. It's probably not charged. You just have to do it slowly. Yeah, there we go. Just doing it very awkwardly slowly, which makes it unclear to me how you do the down-up move very well, but... Dude! Where are things even ending up on screen? Fucking hell. I'm trying to get the timer scan, but got it. Which version is the most playable? Hoffman, I appreciate your trust in my encyclopedic knowledge, but I must let you down and come clean and say that I've not spent much time in the last 25 years playing any version of The Rise of the Robots, let alone multiple for comparison's sake. Not that it's something I wouldn't do, but if I did, you would probably know about it. Okay, we're getting owned here. Force him to block. Good enough. Yeah, there's like chip damage too. Any button will work and do the same amount of damage. For the specials, I take it. Well, this game is basically known for being extremely, extremely hyped and receiving, in some cases, very suspiciously high review scores. Despite obviously being pretty dog shit. Like, I mean, not to say that it doesn't have some redeeming like value, like certainly on an artistic level, there's cool achievements on display here, but it's like not fun to play. It doesn't feel good. So you might argue that it doesn't like succeed anywhere that it matters. Does seem pretty good. Hitboxes. Okay. Is that a perfect? Guess we'll never know. Music starts over. Okay. Every time I do this, I input the special move, then I got hit, and then my special came out. Damage on this move seems really good. The other move was down up, right? Yeah. Turbo headbutt. Yeah, it's kind of whack. Like, there's only one playable character, and it's like arguably the blandest. Like, I happen to like milquetoast characters. I don't like non-humanoid characters, so I wouldn't want to pick this character, for example, but even so, for a fighting game to come out, like, well, basically at any point after Street Fighter 2, but certainly, like, deep into the fighting game boom, it seems like a weird choice. Like, even if you want to focus on storytelling or whatever, it's not like, I mean, it's not like this game has a story. You feel like you could have easily picked any character. But no, we have to play as a cyborg. I think this is maybe the character that we got destroyed by. I think he blocked that and still did a good ton. Yeah. Alright, the tackle might be the key here. The only danger is being poked out of it, which does happen, but hey. Music's cool. I like it. He's like keeping me in block stun. Except it's not block stun, I'm just blocking nothing. Whoa! I guess that connected? Okay, sure, I'll take it. What the hell? Like, you can't see... Like, the little, like sparks and debris coming off the characters when you hit attacks, like it's super cool and very satisfying. But it still desperately needs an actual like impact spark or something where the move connects. There's just no sense of like, especially when a lot of the motions don't have a lot of, they're very kind of linear and smooth in their motion. There's no like impact in the animations themselves. And there's of course no like hit stop or anything that sort of, you can't see from the animation that something connected. You just see some like little confetti fly. And especially on like the final hit, when the game goes into the like slow motion. Oh dude, holy shit. Like it just doesn't like feel like the impact of the final attack is not felt at all. I guess technically there is a little spark, but it's still, I don't know, maybe it doesn't show up if you block. I don't know, I feel like before there was, I guess it's still there. Even blocking is something that feels like a suggestion. Nice, okay. Yeah, it's so fucked up, like, if I jump in on him, and do an attack, like, he'll likely be stuck there blocking, and if he blocks my jump in, he takes damage. Because there's, like, weirdly super heavy block damage in this game. So, the options had this thing about super moves. I wonder if that's just these special moves, and if so, I wonder if my character is the only one that has them. Oh yeah, it's got the Shaq Fu thing where there's a transition animation between standing and crouching.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
And if you hit a button while that animation is playing, nothing happens. Nice, got him. Holy shit. Whew. This game is anime. Sure is. Very British anime. Nice to have fighters with non-conventional body shapes, I'm assuming you mean to say there. I mean, yeah, it's just a personal taste thing. Like, I just don't connect with characters that don't look humanoid. I don't like, you know, in a general, if you have a diverse roster in a fighting game or something like that, you know, the robot character or the creature character or whatever, like, those are usually not what I gravitate towards at all. Or in any game, really. But it's still, like, I would still argue that Cyborg, my character, is the most generic, because there's nothing to his design. Like, this guy looks way cooler, right? And the guy we just fought. So that's kind of what I meant, that, like, the guy we're playing is just the most generic. So, I think we've seen, like, every character that we could pick in the training mode. So I wonder if this is the final battle. Like, I don't know what kind of roster size this game has. Oh, yeah, that might have been a special move. Sure is fast enough to be one. Yeah, okay. That's not, well, okay. I was gonna say that's not gonna be easy to deal with, but maybe I can just crouch under stuff, or not. Sentry. Okay, yeah, this might be where the run ends. Everything about this game is like plodding and clunky and slow, except sometimes it's just like you get mega overwhelmed in 2 seconds. Because again, like, timing and sort of risk-reward, everything is just completely out of whack. Yeah, he has like no recovery on that move, really. It's like, if I'm crouching in the corner, I got hit there. I'll try that. It's my best strat so far. Come back into the corner. Because I definitely had him do the, like the flippy kick and sort of go over my head. Yeah, like that. I was trying to stand up and punch him or something in response, but that was a bad idea. I'm using what I think is, well, that's probably my light kick. Whoa! The stage is very narrow. I got pushed out of the corner again. Okay, it's almost kind of worked. I think sometimes I managed to dodge his jump kick while standing up. Oh, the life bars are terrible. First of all, it's all, yeah, game over. It's awful that they split apart instead of contracting to the center. But they're also like mushy and sort of glowy and fading, and they don't stand out enough. There's no like container for the bar with high contrast. It's like really hard to see. And when you do damage, it sort of fades away slowly instead of like cutting away instantaneously. It's awful. Alright, we're only 20 minutes in though, so let's switch to easy. I feel like, you know, we could have done that. Like, that could have... that could have been done, but I'm curious if this will allow us. Now, I don't know if the game is shortened. Like, is there a boss character that we don't get to fight on easy or something like that? Let's try to do the turbo. Oh, that's a headbutt. Oh, okay, I see. I was like, how do you even do down-up inputs? It turns out that the crouching animation is so slow that just tapping down gives you ample time to tap up and a button press before your character finishes crouching and standing up again. Which is not great. I wonder if this would work well if ported to the Game Boy Advance. You're putting a lot of pressure on the phrase "work well." I don't think this would work well ported to anything, because I don't think it works well to begin with. But this was ported to a lot of systems. I don't know, again, I've done much comparisons. I don't know really how they all compare to each other. Obviously the GBA has lower screen resolution, but I don't see why it couldn't support a faithful version. I mean, the GBA had a pretty decent version of Street Fighter Alpha 3. So I would like to imagine that it could handle Rise of the Robots. It would sound much worse, probably. As most things on the GBA did. I wonder if Headbutt... Like, the Sentry had, like, good air superiority. I wonder if that hit, apparently. Like, I wonder if the hitbox in the Headbutt is such that it's, like, active throughout the startup of the move. I wonder if it beats out stuff. Because if that's the case, it would be worth a shot, at least. Like, it doesn't seem to do as much damage. Yeah, the tackle does massive damage. But I think it's weird. My little win icon disappears when I win the second round. It's great. I do like that the CPU has a score, by the way. I hadn't really noticed that. Pretty unusual. Obviously, the tackle does big damage, so I don't exactly remember the specifics of how I arrived at my strategy for the sentry. But I assume I tried the tackle a few times and it didn't really work very well. We'll see. Maybe easy difficulty makes a difference too, of course. I mean, you would hope it would make some difference. I got hit there. See, like, standing up and crouching takes time, but turning around is instantaneous. Like landing jumps, mate. Okay, I'm just getting destroyed. Maybe I should have played on hard. This game is just baffling. Assuming, looking at the move list, you didn't see any cheat codes for continue or anything. If there is like cheat codes for anything, I'd be curious to try it out. I'm standing behind him. He's in the middle of doing another move. I hit him from behind, and somehow he hits me before I hit him. Yep, game over. Okay. Is this one of those games where easy is actually harder? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. I mean, we don't have a tremendous amount of data to go on here. I played it once on medium, and I played it once on easy. I don't think that's a sound statistical data set to draw any conclusions from. I'm relying a lot on luck. Everything, like, it's an inconsistent mess anyway. We'll check. Well, I'll give it one more shot. I just think the characters are also like super different, right? Like I'm sure there's no semblance of balance between the characters, right? So that dude just has like big normals. Yeah, this was on the Amiga CD32, 3DO, CDI, Mega Drive, Game Gear. Mega CD had a different version even, and the Super Nintendo. Well, assuming those were all released and not canceled, which they might have been. Just looking at the cheat codes, there actually is a lot of them. These might be different for different versions, but... Disable special moves, invisibility, reverse opponent's controls, take no damage. It doesn't say where to. Oh, okay, so those are the super moves, and they're only in two... Wow, okay, that's fucking stupid. So in two-player mode, if you enable super moves, you can input a button combination that reverses your opponent's controls, and one that makes yourself invisible, and one that makes you invincible. That's a good gameplay feature. I guess I don't know. I assume I can't use it here, but... I tried the take no damage combo, and then I took damage. Yeah, it's kind of fucked that you can kind of lock your opponent into blocking, and then there's massive block damage. Oh yeah, the arcade was listed there, but I didn't even mention it because I was like, surely that doesn't exist. But I'm assuming from your wording there that there is some kind of dump of it. Yeah, just like getting hit out of stuff. Frame data obviously is pretty strange. Boss code. When the mode select screen comes up, press up, right, down, left, and B on controller 1. The second player can now play as the boss. Wow, okay. Excellent. Invincibility. Okay, there's a code for invincibility. We'll see how this run goes. We'll try that. View all cinema scenes also has a code. That's good. We got cheats to basically get everything we would want out of this game. It's so unresponsive. Yeah, of course my special move is punishable on hit. Why wouldn't it be? Ooh, okay. If the first opponent deemed as like a low threat and casually hit me out of my headbutt, I have to assume that the sentry can easily do the same thing. Like, it makes sense that the characters wouldn't have a lot of different normals, because the game would have been built to be played on an Amiga with one button. Which is like fine. You can design a fighting game where you have like 1 or 2 buttons. But it's kind of weird that they still give you 6 buttons that appear to have a slightly different effect. Because clearly the shoulder buttons are like the heavies. And they're different from the other, but like the face buttons are a little less easily distinguished from one another. So it's like they could have very easily just used 4 buttons instead of 6. I think I canceled out of hit stun with my special move there, because I definitely got hit and then almost instantaneously did my headbutt. Kind of peculiar thing. There's a code to play as supervisor in 2-player and training. So I guess that's the final boss after the sentry then. I guess anyway. Yeah, this guy seems to be the easiest. Of course, he might destroy me as I say that. that was nice. Nice accurate headbutt. Let's invite a friend to play Res the Robots. Be an asshole by giving yourself all the buffs. Some would argue you're already putting your friendship on thin ice by inviting your friends to play this game in the first place. But I suppose if you did buy this game, you would want to get whatever mileage out of it you can. And I mean, hey, you're only getting as much found out of this as you're creating for yourself, I reckon. Yeah, I think I need to, like, maybe hit the tackle at as long a range as I can. I'm not, like, deeply embedded in him. And yeah, I get stuck in his, like, weird claw grill. Ah! I'm trying to stick out, like, any move. There we go. And I'm just crouching, because I guess I landed from my jumping animation and the game just sort of froze there. Forget win poses. This game just doesn't even let you stand up after winning. It's so funky, like, once you start blocking, like, I'm holding back, and then he throws out a normal at the other end of the screen, and it doesn't matter if I let go of back, it doesn't matter if I hit forward, I'm literally locked into blocking for as long as his attack animation is playing. See, I just whiff. I'm standing behind him. He's like drilling off in the other direction. And I throw a kick and it just goes through him. That is so... That feels so terrible because you really like... Everything feels terrible, right? But when you manage to jump over them and you're instantly turning around, you have their back in front of you, you feel like you got one over the game. You know, you're like, aha, gotcha. And you feel like now I can reap my rewards. And the rewards you reap are that like the game didn't account for that happening, so your attack just is not capable of connecting. Weak points, weak frame, threat high. Droid activated and approaching. Just gets out of his chair, starts fucking flipping and somersaulting into action. I like that. Yeah, I'm trying to headbutt. It's not coming out. I feel like my ability to hit them out of stuff kind of weak compared to their ability to hit me out of stuff. Say as I successfully did hit him out of something there. Nice, okay. Maybe this old crouching in the corner strat could work for other characters. But I think for the sentry, I almost need to have established some kind of life lead or something. But I did not have enough time to really test whether pressing different buttons, like if I'm doing this strat, like using the A button versus the X button versus the R button, like does one have significant gains over the other? Clearly pushing him back way further with the R button. For myself, if I have the corner. But is that a good or bad thing? Who knows? Is it 1-1? Military. Yeah, as soon as a round ends, it doesn't show you how many rounds have passed, which is not a great feature. Okay. Accidentally comboed into the tackle. I could certainly believe that canceling moves ended up in this game purely by chance. Rules governing what can and cannot be canceled feels like conceptually something that is on a higher level of sophistication than, well, most of the rest of this game. Alright. Robot identified. Security droid. Intelligence high. Power rating good. Combat abilities excellent. Strengths agility. Intelligence speed. Just everything. Weak points none identified. Threat high. This shit is cool. Activated and approaching. I'm gonna try to see if I can somehow get some distance to a tackle and see if I can make something happen. I got the life lead, so I'm gonna ride that as best as I can. See, that's like I don't mind taking that trade. Actually, I don't even need to be in the corner, really, because I can eat the jump kick, and it will inevitably do less damage than my sweep. Assuming, like, I'm just making sure to use my heavy sweep. Okay. I guess that's it. I still don't feel like there's any difference. Like, I don't feel like the game is going easier on me for playing on easy. So if we're missing out on stuff, I guess we should have been playing in medium, and we could have probably done as well. But, oh well. Yeah, sometimes I can literally get the trade. But even when he lands the kick, you usually get to throw it out. Or you can really retaliate. Satisfying puzzle solution here, even if the fighting is not very satisfying. Okay. Big margins here, but if I land one more, we should be good. Nice. Trade. Got him. Cyborg wins. Final result. Cyborg victory. Eject. Downloading data. Virus destroy. I guess we're downloading data. Alright, that's pretty good. Should be like getting stronger or something from downloading all this data, but I guess not. Okay. New content. Robot identified. Supervisor. Polymetamorphic titanium alloy. Intelligence excellent. Power rating excellent. Combat abilities excellent. Strengths, metamorphic abilities, intelligence. Weak points none. Threat extremely high. Not weak points aren't none identified, just none period. But yeah, I did have some vague recollection that there was like a final boss that was also this like that looked like the main character basically. So I guess it's just the girl version with hook arms. Also, she's kind of small. Oh yeah, she's just like morphing into the other characters or whatever. Likes. I don't know if she has a longer health bar. Looks like that might be the thing. Oh, that sure did some damage. Yeah, she seems kind of buff. Let's see, the health bars are like filling up. Well, yeah, you have to like the fight starting. I'm trying to, I guess why? I was gonna say I'm trying to block, but why would I even bother? Blocking is like doesn't work in this game. Yeah, you can't crouch that. It covers like the entire upper half of the screen, but you also can't crouch it. This is so fucking stupid. Yeah, everything's clunky. Like, I was trying to do tackles, but I couldn't like get anything to come out. Like, it's whatever. Well, there is a invincibility code, but there also is a view all cinema scenes. Like, we've already played this for 42 minutes. If I could lower to 1 round, maybe I would enable the invincibility code and burn through this game, but man, I'm more inclined to say just fuck it. But given that there is a code to see view all cinema scenes, we can try to do that and see if we can, if that works. See what we missed out beating Supervisor. I guess there's probably a staff roll or something that we won't get, but oh well. Given the fact that I'm not likely to boot this game up again anytime soon, I would just want to do that out of my own personal interest. Too bad the game's bad. Could have been good. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. On the start options menu, press LBRB down LRB. Okay, that didn't seem to work. So it has a lot of oh yeah, platform filter, Super Nintendo. Okay, so this is specifically for the Super Nintendo version that this is listed. Let's try maybe on this screen. Doesn't seem to work. Oh, go into the options maybe? If I have to go faster. It just doesn't work. Maybe like I'm gonna wait for this for the go back to the title screen, and I'm gonna see if I do the code during like when it's black before the menu comes up. LBRB down LRB. Oh, all right. Yeah. No, I mean it just says view all cinema scenes, and you on the start/options menu. I guess this is the start/options menu. Press LBRB down LRB. It's got up votes, no down votes. Like I don't know when it's supposed to show up or where it's supposed to show up or what's gonna happen. So like go here? I don't know. We spent about 3 minutes trying to get a code to work. I guess what we can do, I guess can I back out? Nope. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I can do training. Wait. Hang on. I guess, okay, maybe the codes are mislabeled because supervisor showed up there in training. I don't know if it's because I reached supervisor or because I did a code, but now I can't go back to picking them because I've turned away from them. I scrolled to the left and now we cannot access them again. So let me do a quick reset here. So maybe if I try the other codes, they do different, like the codes are maybe mislabeled. Up, right, down. Because, yeah, there was a code for some other version that talked about letting you play as the, play as supervisor in 2-player and training. There's a different code on the 3DO version. That seems to be the thing that happened there. It's so convoluted. One code. Another code. I did like every conceivable code there. Yeah, because now it's defaulting to this. I don't know if it kept anything for resetting. I don't know. And I always spent... No, okay, so now I can't pick... Game manages to continue to be baffling. Yeah, but the cinematic is still playing in training mode, so that shouldn't be different, right? I guess we get to try this again. Maybe I am invincible now? That seems to be the case. Oh, I did try all 3 codes. Boss code, invincibility, and view all cinema scenes. So I guess the invincibility code works. Maybe to trigger the cinema, I have to start a new game, or like, I don't know. Dude, I'm not fucking playing through this entire thing again. But I'm not sure, like, if you beat an opponent in this mode, does it play you the cutscene that shows you winning? It might, and if it does, we'll get to see that at least. Maybe this is the strat. See, she's like not doing anything anyway. Maybe that would have worked. I mean, that one big leaping attack would have taken off like 30% of my health, but if she only did it once. But I wouldn't have taken that first. Oh, there we go. He turned into glass and shattered. But I have to assume that there's something else after that in the real game. But we won't find out today. We'll find out some other time. 49 minutes, 52 seconds, I think, is more than enough time. That was a game. Sure was. I will not start a raffle immediately because I need to take a short break. And I don't want to start it off in case the raffle ends or weird stuff happens. We'll just do it when I get back. But I will be back very shortly. Thank you, Simonosuke, for picking this game. This was a trip. But yeah, I'll be back shortly for more fighting game action in just a few moments. See you then. Alright, I'm back. Let's enjoy a few more minutes of Rise of the Robots attract mode while we set up the next raffle. That appears to be set up correctly, so boom! Raffle is open. Type the word raffle in chat, and you will have a chance to pick the next game. Now let me update the spreadsheet. Take Rise of the Robots off the list. Go. Red. And today is still November the 25th. Music, I would say, certainly one of this game's redeeming factors for sure. Like the visuals, I don't think they're that great. Like, parts of them are cool. Parts of the presentation, from a technical standpoint, like the rendering and like getting the sprites to come in the game, like the size of them and everything. Like, there's aspects of that. Like, it's not like every single piece of it's incompetent. But like the actual posing of the characters and the animation, I mean, it's probably no worse than you would expect from a Western developer doing a fighting game, regardless of whether it was like pixel art or hand-drawn or whatever. I can't think of any really Western fighting games. Like, yeah, we talked about this when we played this before, but like Eternal Champions, I think is one that actually had good. Like, I'm not talking about the number of frames of animation or how smoothly it moves. I'm just talking about how expressive the characters are and how they move, how convincing they are in like using power and martial arts technique, how good of a sense of impact and flow and like all that kind of stuff. Like the animation craft on display. That's the part that I don't think, and it's not exclusive to fighting games, really. Like, I think games in general, it's not like there weren't Western games with good art in the 90s, but I think certain, like the craft of certain areas, animation being one of them, this wasn't something that was routinely like done very well. Like, I mean, you had, of course, like stuff like Earthworm Jim and the Disney games, but even in those cases, a lot of the time the animation, while pretty, didn't necessarily lend itself to gameplay very well. And a fighting game is so dependent on good animation to like look and feel good. That it suffers greatly from it. But I don't think it being like CG has much to do with that. It would have been the same. What's up, STS? Alright, let's go. D, congrats. You are the winner. Brian May. Oh, I guess that's his name, right? I think I kept saying Brian Eno. I guess that's not it. But whatever. Guitar Man. The music's definitely I would say, the one kind of unassailable part of this game. It was ported to 50 different platforms, but frankly, again, the problems of this game don't appear to be like, oh man, they must have been short-staffed because they were putting this on so many platforms. Just everything about it just seems like they had no idea what they were doing. I don't think more resources or more time would have necessarily helped. Rise 2 has like 20 characters or something. It's better than this, I guess. In some ways, it feels more complete, it feels more like a real fighting game, but it still plays terribly from my recollection of it. But enough Rise of the Robots. We're gonna play some Art of Fighting. Do I have that? I remember I've been looking to get it, but I'm pretty sure the Art of Fighting that's on my list is the arcade one, right? Yeah. Do I have Ryuuko no Ken? Yeah, I do have. Actually, D, you get to pick then. I have the Super Nintendo version of this. Do you want to play the Super Nintendo, or you want to see, I guess, the Super Nintendo version or the arcade version? They're arguably pretty different. Super Nintendo, cool, let's go for it. Secretly, maybe the correct pick there. It has like an extended ending. Yet how much else it differs, but I think it's also less impossible. Let's see if I can find the cart. Oh, there we go. Right here. boot. I guess not. Cartridge it and help. Well, that's not looking any better. Try it again. I know the cartridge's not like broken. I've played it before, but contacts on my Super Famicom aren't always quite try that. Not always the greatest. Again, with Super Nintendo games, like, it can be tempting to boot it up and you see a black screen and you turn it off. But some games just have like a suspiciously weirdly long, like, black nothing screen before anything happens. I think at this point it's safe to assume that it's not booted. Can't get it started. I have some cleaning alcohol and stuff we can try. Yeah, like with the on the Mega Drive, if you have a later revision, you will have the copyright screen always boot up instantly. But even on the older revisions that didn't have that, typically the Sega screen would always come up instantly. All right, I'm gonna get some music going here, and I'm gonna go grab some cleaning equipment and see if we can clean up this cartridge and see if that helps. I'll be right back. I mean, I guess we're due for some technical difficulties, right? I mean, worst case scenario, if it just does not, like, start at all. Wait, I need, we can just play the arcade version, but, I would prefer not only to meet the request, but also this is the version I want to play. Yeah, so like I said, as I recall, the Super Nintendo version has like an extended ending. But I also know that the arcade one has like real fucking SNK AI. And it's not uncommon to just get stuck on Jack for like 15 credits. I think the Super Nintendo one may make for a smoother experience. Let's see if that works any better. Like I said, not the most consistent. It's been a long time, actually. I've had this much trouble with a cartridge. My Super Nintendo's actually been pretty cooperative. I don't really think there's like much more to clean. You never know. I suppose not necessarily be totally visible to the eye, although I can see it's actually rubbing up more grime here than I thought it would. Evaporating? Okay. Yeah, I mean, of course, it'll vary from cartridge to cartridge. You know, some cartridges are more finicky than others. But regardless, it's been a long time since I've had any cartridge give me this much trouble. Like, this happens sometimes where it's just like no signal at all. But for it to happen, like at this point, even getting to that black screen. Hey, there we go. Weird Super Nintendo audio here. Muffled weirdness. That sounds a bit. Goes on. What the? Something. About the best. Yo, so maybe? South Town. I don't know. Alright. Who's waiting for them in South Town? Let me get the game info here. Amusement leasing. So this was not handled by Takara, who did some of the other Neo Geo releases for the Super Nintendo. I'm actually shocked. I guess this game has a zoom effect? I was just about to say that, like, yeah, some of these other console ports of this are arguably more playable because they don't have the zooming, which is just kind of disorienting, but I guess it does. That's kind of shocking. I know that the arcade version has some really awesome songs. And I vaguely recall there being some song that was kind of interesting in this version, but overall, what I've heard so far, like, this doesn't sound good to me at all. But the, I know that the arcade, like, the real version, so to speak, of Lee's theme is fucking sick as hell. So I'm curious if, like, how that sounds here. I'm just, like, inhaling all these alcohol fumes, and I should probably not lean right over where I had this thing. All right. Anyway. Sounds okay. Some of the samples sound good, others sound a little questionable. I like the little icons here. This dude fucking flexing at level 8. Round. Punch. Wait, punch on X, kick on Y. Seems backwards. Throw on R. Incitement, aka taunt, aka appeal. On A. Yeah, it's kind of funky too, like in the arcade as well. Like, it doesn't, there's no multiple punch and kick strengths in this game. And there's a dedicated throw button, which doesn't do anything if you're not in throw range. It's pretty unusual. But of course, you know, this game came out after Street Fighter 2, but in 1992, and it's a very different game. Like, even Art of Fighting 2 does not play like Street Fighter. Like, it doesn't have combos. It's pretty different. I mean, it does have, like, infinites and whatever, but, like, by design, it doesn't quite have combos. Mono, stereo, like, expanded, I guess. Exp stereo. I kind of want to, I mean, I don't have a very expansive stereo setup here, but I'm curious to try it. Just like, I wanted to listen to this for a second. My audio setup is probably worse for hearing those kinds of things than most of you guys watching. You tell me, I guess. Let's go back and change it and just listen for a few seconds. I don't know that I hear that much difference, but let's set it to expanded just to see if it sounds weird or goofy, like that would be interesting, I feel like. So level 4 might still kick our ass, but let's try it. Oh yeah, this is so weird. Like, you have the same select screen, but of course you only get to play as Zero or Robert. Alright. Tell me where my sister is. Fight. Okay. Oh, there we go. We're fine. Cartridge is fine. Oh yeah, there's dashing in this game, I guess. Throw. Oh yeah, if you hit the throw button in midair, you do a backwards kick. Okay, I wonder if it's gonna be, if the colors are gonna fix themselves between rounds, or if more shit's gonna break. Yeah, I guess the cartridge connection is all questionable. Yo, the slowdown in the announcer. Oh, I was stunned. Holy shit. Okay, he hit me twice and stunned me, and then just killed me. Leading made it worse. Well, I mean, it made the game start. Name announcer's Fatal Fury. I like the bass line of the music. Other than that, it's okay. This part's kind of neat. Oh, wow. Wait, I was gonna say the graphics fixed themselves, but no, his life bar is still fucked in the portraits too. Music fading out? That's pretty cool. Like, if you're that weak, I ain't telling you shit. Fair enough. Alright, jump towards the edge of the screen and hit R to do a triangle jump. It's like, if the game's functioning and mostly looks correct during gameplay, I don't know that I want to risk things getting fucked up. Yeah, you do a kick automatically, but I managed to do like an empty jump from the wall once. Oh, he taunted. Okay, maybe I should have lowered the level. I remembered this version being easier, but I may have misremembered. The thing is, like, I don't recall ever struggling much with Toto. It's Jack that's the real first brick wall in my recollection, but hey. Oh, maybe a jump punch there? Dude! Hitboxes, man. Oh, that was... Okay, that's legitimate. Yeah, you can punch projectiles in this game. You delete them, which is an interesting feature. Were the colors broken on that screen last time? I'm not sure. It's not really consistent. Yeah, you don't have like directional normals or anything. Oh, it's so slow. I was gonna say everything deals so much damage, but whatever I hit him with didn't deal that much damage. Alright. Round 2. Waiting for a second. Fight. The first hit of my Genshbuka connected, he blocked the second one. Yeah, I have a feeling that Lantern is not displaying in its correct color. Okay, nope, jumping punch didn't help. Okay, I'm gonna want to lower the level a bit. I'm actually kind of curious to see... Well, I won't take out the cartridge just yet. Let's try to just not continue and start a new game and see if that somehow makes any difference. Did I? I continued by pressing a face button. Okay, let me just reset them. Weird. Like, I wonder if let's level to level 3. I wonder if the fucked up shit is specific to this fight. I don't see why it would be. The continue screen was messed up too, but it could be something that Toto is breaking. It could be the Ryuuko that's breaking stuff. Who knows? Interesting. Oh shit! Okay. I guess forward, back, forward, R is how you do that. Because I was trying to throw him. Jump. Yeah, interesting. Do that with the throw button and not the punch button. Okay, we're live. But yeah, this version, like, I feel like it plays faithfully, I guess I would say. I mean, I haven't played the arcade version recently enough to say that definitively, but like it feels, yeah, it feels clunky compared to something like Street Fighter 2. It feels very responsive compared to something like Rise of the Robots. But it doesn't feel like it's playing worse than it should. For whatever that's worth. Oh. Wait, is that... Oh, wait, so the R button does do a heavy... Okay. It's a throw button, but it does do a heavy attack also. Not gonna... Oh, it did reach him. Like I thought I didn't have enough gauge. I just revisit him. Okay, sure, we take those. I stunned him, and I threw a fireball, and he got stunned again. That's the kind of shit you would only see in an early 90s fighting game. I don't know shit, but you should ask Jack the biker. He might know. The legendary motorcycle scene. I should hope. Or is that not in this version? It's in the Mega Drive version. Or maybe he doesn't travel by bike to get to Max Bar. Maybe he walked there. What do you want? All fry. Yeah, he's gonna use his fucking deadly drop kick. Okay, yeah, well, as long as the fight's fine, good. I'm like crazy impressed that the scaling is like intact, basically. Music sounds a bit questionable. Yeah, the bubblegum is the spawn. And stupid ass looking kick. Wait, okay. Oh, I can. Oh, okay, I can throw punish. That's good. All right, you might not be too much. Oh, nice. He just teleported to the left side of the screen. I know that dropkick can be troublesome for sure. Because it is like awkward to punish. But I guess if the throw just works, then that's fine. That was supposed to be a fireball. Wait, did the uppercut not cost any meter? Okay, sure, let me throw punish that. He's supposed to be the brick wall, not the absolute cakewalk. Is Toto secretly the strongest character in this version? Jigsaw. Oh, whatever. Let's go to Chinatown. Okay. Best song incoming? Maybe. We'll see what this version sounds like. Bonus game. Alright, so we can learn the Haosokoken. We can increase HP, or we can increase spirit gauge. A lot of reverby oddness. Alright. Yeah, like that. Kiryoku up, Aryoku up, Haosokoken. Hustle. Better result. Okay, I think we want health up. If we can complete it. So sick. Mash X button. It told me to mash X, but because I rebound the controls, I had to mash Y. But seems like we'll be doing okay. Just gotta keep mashing. That was weirdly subdued. Also, that doesn't look anything like Ryo, but that's fine. Ryo Zagasaki got Tairyoku up. Increased HP. Vertical forward and X button. Use the sure killing technique. Koken. What's it called? Koken. Yeah, the Koho is the uppercut and the Koken is the fireball. Yeah, the English version calls the Haosokoken the Haoken in the training mode. Okay, I'm intrigued. I want to see what this sounds like. Or here, I guess. Yeah, I can see he has like massive spirit gauge. Alright, it's pretty solid. Boxes. That sounds pretty sick. I like it. I'd argue it's like different from the arcade, not necessarily better or worse. I like it. Nice, the range. The fucking mid, like half screen Thunder skin. Sick. Alright, this move's pretty buff. Alright. The fake 1cc is alive. No more of this song, unfortunately, but with progress, I take that. レストランがもう用心棒なら何か知ってるはずじゃん。I think the bouncer at L'amour might know something. Head looks kind of weird. Squeezed into that little hat. I don't remember her song at all. Kind of weird, isn't it? Ah. So one thing that's pretty cool about these games in the arcade is that some of them at least feature a decent amount of voice acting, like in the interstitial scenes between fights. A nice chipper. Like when you see, I guess it's not in this version because we would have seen it at this point, right? Joe driving his motorcycle. Like he narrates as he's like driving. He's like got some internal monologue basically. And that's all voiced in the arcade. But also, especially the second game has a lot of like voice clips, not necessarily dialogue, but like special move lines and stuff. That's actually translated to English. Kind of not something you would expect from an early 90s game. Ah! Okay, nice. Hey, we got the special KO. I was curious to see if that was in this version or not. I wasn't sure. Like different loose portrait too. Yeah, she uses watashi to refer to herself instead of ore now that she's been revealed to be a woman. Alright, let's go fight Mickey. Okay, second bonus game first. Let's try to get the Househokuken. Announcer just out of the hallway. Yes. Okay, so we can increase our health further. Probably a better idea, but I want to try this. Oh, it's yeah. Okay, 30 seconds to do it 5 times. Yeah, I love that shit. The dummy, like the way it bounces when you hit it, it's satisfying. But then it just explodes on the last hit. It's so fucking good. Yeah. Or back forward R. So what's a Danletskenda? That move is gigantic hitbox. Mickey Rogers. Mickey dana. Shh, I'm sure you know why I'm here. These sirens, little dude hanging out in the alley. Looks like a fucking bloodlust software character. I got my buttons mixed up. Thought I was playing Rise of the Robots for a second there. This music's pretty cool. Amazon block. Not much of anything, I think. Trying to do that, but it didn't quite come out. Red gauge means no range. Oh, the footsies. Okay. Starting off the match, like, getting confused about my buttons. Set me off on a pretty shaky path. I mean, I'm sure he could have kicked my ass anyway, but it doesn't help. Up, Killer Miller. Equal soundtrack sick. You know, I can't say that I know that soundtrack very well. Oh, that's a low, I guess. Oh, I got stunned. The only song I know really is Yuri's song, just because it's been reused in some KOF games and stuff. Got him. Art Fighting 2 had some cool characters and stuff. I would love to see some of those characters come back in KOF or something. I mean, I would love to see a new... Like, they're doing a new Fatal Fury. That's exciting. I would love to see a new Art of Fighting, whatever that would end up being. Oh, okay. At least it wasn't an overhead. Big throw. Oh, nice. That should be it. Vacuum him in. Sick. Okay, the fake 1cc somehow still alive. I mean, I think, like, there is a sort of down-to-earthness to the Art of Fighting characters, like, appeal. Like, they're not the most extravagant characters, but I think if you look at all the characters that made it out of these games into KOF or other scenes, like, or other, just read the word on screen, other games, certainly characters who were, you know, commonly recurring, like they got a lot of room to evolve and change. I like the use of color cycling to give kind of a like wind effect on the background guys' clothes. That's pretty clever. Like I basically just think that like any of these characters given the same chance as Yuri or Takuma, even Eiji, like, I mean, sure, Eiji was arguably one of the cooler characters, Ninja, you know. But there's nothing to say, like, Mickey Rogers couldn't be cool in a new game. Jack or Temjin, that might be a slightly harder sell, but even so, like, they could do it. I guess what I'm saying is, like, them being a little more, plain? Not necessarily bland, but just, like, you know, a little plain compared to... They're not that, like, you know, the whole setting of the game is this kind of 70s, seedy, like, underbelly. No, they're not anime characters. They're not super-powered martial arts champions, let alone magicians or, you know, anything like that. So it makes sense that they would be visually relatively plain as well. So looking at anyone, how they look in Art of Fighting 1 or 2 to say, no, they're not that, like, exciting, to me doesn't hold a lot of water in terms of, like, how exciting they could be if they were brought into a new game. I'm playing the version that was requested of me, and that's the rules. But I think this is a good port. It's obviously going to be downgraded. Cannot select. No, this is Art of Fighting 1. Alright, let's get some more health. Don't need to mash like crazy. Well, I guess it's probably harder this time around. Oh, not really. I was gonna say, this is kind of what I wanted to avoid. I don't want to have to, like, keep mashing at the same rate for several seconds, but we did it. That's fine. Got more health. Oh yeah, I guess this isn't even a charge move in this version. In Shippukyak. Factory. But yeah, I think the vibe of Art of Fighting 1 especially, but 2 as well. I mean, 2, like, obviously has more characters, more, like, better graphics, more moves and everything. But there's something about the like, very contained nature of this game. It's all in the city, you have the map, and, like, you have the 1 or 2 characters. Oh yeah, so this, the sprite's glitching and the colors bugging out. That's not normal behavior. That's just my cartridge being a bit funky. Moe2277, greetings. It is going quite well, thank you for asking. Having a nice Friday evening with some fighting games. Dude, this song is pretty sick. Oh, I guess he blocked that. It's a little hard to tell. I remember Mr. Big being weird because his, yeah, I'm mashing the throw there. Nice. Like, his projectile is a low, and that move is an overhead or something, where it's, like, unblockable. It's, but he's basically a boss character. Well, I guess everyone is sort of a boss character. You sort of take throw with jump kicks. Yeah, solid anti-air though. There we go. Yeah, we're literally we took like 4 attempts on Toto, and then everyone else has been first try. Even that, you know, there's like a set route. The characters are in a predetermined order. Like, I'm not saying like that's the way you should do fighting games, but I do think it just gives this game a very particular flavor. The Karate Gym. Like, I think Art of Fighting 3 or Ryuuko no Ken Gaiden, it's a super interesting game. There's a lot about it that I dislike, how it deviates from this game. I think it has a very weak roster of characters, because I think the rotoscoped animation is very interesting, but it makes every character look not cool. The motions just don't look cool. Then on top of that, a lot of the characters are just kind of goofy looking. But mechanically, it's like a really interesting game. He threw me. Nice. Okay. Whew. Music's kind of weird. Kind of get what they're going for. Very dramatic. But it's, I don't know. I don't remember what this sounds like. Lee Pai Long's music is basically the one I really remember from the arcade. Nice. Of course he hit me out of it. It's got like 2 minutes startup. Oh, I shouldn't have tried to go for a wake-up throw. That was incredibly naive. Oh boy, I tried to do it again. I deserve that. Oh my god, okay, I held down back, and I still got hit. I guess that's an overhead. Or maybe his version's unblockable. I mean, he's the final boss. Hope the ending's not going to be all graphically messed up. Nice. Ah, that's satisfying. Oh, dude. Should have just gone for a regular pole can. Because now we're at risk for sure. Shit, what am I doing? Ah, I could have probably thrown him after that. Nice, okay, we got him. Mr. Karate is Takuma? Find out. Or maybe we won't, because we're playing on level 3. I guess we don't get an ending. I forgot that I lowered the difficulty level. Ah, that sucks. Because the ending is pretty cool. But we're not doing it again. We were getting too destroyed by Toto, so I changed it from level 4 to level 3. And then we, actually, after I reset it, maybe we did 1cc it. Maybe that was a 1cc. Does anyone know? I didn't keep track. Final boss basically shares the same moveset as Ryo. Yes. But yes, Mr. Kata is Takuma. So, the whole ending thing, like in the arcade version, the game ends on a cliffhanger. The plot, of course, is that Ryo's sister Yuri has been kidnapped. So Ryo and his friend Robert hit the streets to find some information to rescue Yuri. Each fight is all about like, hey, I need some info, and they're like, I don't know, maybe ask this guy after they get beat up. And find the mysterious Mr. Karate, and after you defeat him in the arcade, again voiced in English, at least in the intro of 2, you find Yuri, and or she shows up or whatever, and she says like, and again I remember this because it's voiced in the some version or another. It's like, no, don't! That man is our ... And then it's just like, to be continued. That's how it ends. And then in the intro of 2, after that scene, it's like cuts to an image of Takuma like kneeling, and I think he has like the Tengu mask in his hand. And then it's got like some quality SNK English when it's like, that's right. The guy with the big beak is Ryo's old man, or something, like just really goofy. The tone is all weird, but yes. So in the intro of the second game, Mr. Karate is revealed to be Takuma, Ryo and Yuri's father. The idea basically being that he was sort of blackmailed or brainwashed or something into doing Geese's bidding. Geese isn't featured in this game, but he is the final boss of Art of Fighting 2. And of course, this game is set like a decade or a bit more earlier than Fatal Fury. But at this point in time, Geese was like the Prime Lord of Southtown. And Mr. Big, I guess, is like his sort of underling that runs that part of town or whatever. So Mr. Big is like the kind of the boss of this game, but Mr. Karate kind of works for him, I suppose. So they kind of like they evolved that kind of in future games where Mr. Karate is sort of a it's a little bit of a split personality kind of thing, I guess. And of course in other future games, Ryo would kind of inherit the title and be Mr. Karate the Second. Like in Buriki 1 and well, in Buriki 1 I guess he's still called Ryo Sakazaki, but he has a different look because it's like set further into the future. He's older. And in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, he is Mr. Karate, and he has his Buriki 1 like outfit with the black dogi. But also in Fatal Fury Wild Ambition, which is the Hyper Neo Geo 64 polygonal remake of Fatal Fury 1, which adds a bunch of characters and stuff. That game has Mr. Karate in the game, and it's Ryo. And he looks really sick in that game. He has like shaggier hair. I think maybe he has a beard, I forget, but he has like a t-shirt and like velvet pants. It looks really cool. But anyway, that's Art of Fighting. I'm bummed that I didn't get to show the ending. I knew I should have stuck to my guns, especially given that, yeah, we literally 1cc the rest of it. I'm just a little bit perturbed now, knowing that I did set up a prediction for whether I would get a 1cc tonight, and I don't know if I got a 1cc now. Let's see if we get another 1cc before the night is over, and if not, we'll have to check the tapes, because I don't remember. But anyway, that's Art of Fighting. a very enjoyable game, I think. But with that done, it is time to set up the next raffle. So give me a minute to set that up. And you lovely viewers will have the opportunity of deciding what we're going to be playing next. So, I almost clicked the wrong thing there. The raffle is open. Type raffle in chat. And you will have a chance to pick the next game. I wonder if it increases. Yeah, some games, after you beat it, it like automatically. I think Street Fighter 2 does that. After you beat the game, it bumps the level up by 1. But I guess this doesn't. You missed it. No, it was a good time, D. It was, I've been having a blast. I just wanted to, since we're just like messing around here. I'm curious if the graphics are going to be messed up now or not. So, Ryo and Robert are more or less the same. Yeah, the dialogue is a little different. I guess like Ryo's line and Robert's lines are different, but the opponents, I don't think, change much. So the only difference really, like in terms of, yeah, his goofy ass walk animation, like skips, is that Robert doesn't have the Zanretsuken. He has the Gengekyak, which is the same move but with kicks. But I think the input is the same, and it probably has the same hitbox more or less. And the graphics get a bit garbled during the opening and ending of rounds, but that's, other than that, it's totally fine. Let's see if I can. Maybe the input is different. 'Cause I can't get the Gengekyak to come out. I guess he is technically has a different projectile too, right? I mean, it's called a Ryuuko. I would have thought it's the same input, but maybe it's different special moves. It's been so long since I played this, and I would typically play as Ryo anyway. Oh, okay. So you hold the punch button and hit R to do a heavy punch, or like a hard blow, as it's called. Yeah. Yeah, if you just tap R, you do a heavy kick. But if you hold the punch button, you do a heavy punch with R. I thought it was like a directional thing, but I guess that's how it works. No, that's just a quarter circle. Alright, last call for raffle entries. Type raffle in chat. Have very few entrants, so feel free if you want to have a chance. Oh, there you go. That's the deadline. Boom, Atomic Runner. You have won the next raffle. Congrats. And let us know. Tobal number 1. My immediate reaction is just like, how has that not been played? I feel like I've streamed that like 3 times. And every time I play that game, I'm like frustrated with a lot. But it's on the list. It's not been marked off. We have played Tobal 2. I think I've played that for some other like theme stream and stuff. That's probably why I remember it. But, you know, whether I incorrectly didn't mark it off or something, it's on the list. I'll honor that. So, we'll do Tobal number 1. Sorry, Killer Miller. I'm afraid you are a little bit too late there. We have already determined the next game. It's going to be Tobal number 1. Let me just take care of some spreadsheet business here. Where am I? Ryuuko no Ken is what we're looking for. 2022, 11, 25. I mean, hey, it wouldn't be one of these streams without a little bit of technical mishaps. So, got some garbled graphics and we didn't get an ending. That's fine. Number 1. Okay. Let's get some music going here while I set this up. Gonna be a minute or two. Probably over here. Yep, bunch it. One more. Yeah, speaking of like unintuitive games, I think the Tobal games are interesting in their kind of setup. But they have a lot of kind of systems and concepts that are pretty like, especially the traveling stuff, it's like really in depth. And it's kind of the Tekken issue. Like times 12. Because the entire system is kind of arcane and unintuitive, and if you don't know it, you're kind of screwed. All right, that's gonna load up. Oh yeah, I need to check my it'll read the disk sooner or later. I'll fix the layout. Well, actually, I guess I can do. Correct. I need to go to my virtual memory card manager thing to activate the correct versus fighting mount this card, please. We're live. X-Men, Ryuuko Ken. Psychic Force 2, Project Gaia, Legend, Arrival Schools, Lord Fist, Gay Togi, Critical Blow, Zero Divide 2, Tobal 2, 8 Zero Divide, okay. There is 8 kilobytes free. Let me just check if I have Tobal 1 save data someplace else. Air Guides, Bloody Roar, Impact, Boogie, Fist, 03, Toshinden 3, Arikenja, Star Gladiator, Tekken 3. I love this where it's like the name of the save data tells you like about the character you unlocked, and it says Auto Hachijin, like 8 characters left to unlock basically. Bushido Blade 2, Edits Value, Blade 1, Megatude. I may have left a slot deliberately on the first card for Tobal 1. Yep, Kamen Rider Ryuki, okay. Whether that was my intention or not, that's how we're gonna do things. There we go. Found it. Let's boot this up. This game has, yeah, kind of unconventional controls. In addition to its just like sort of nutty grappling system, it has like buttons for high, medium, and low, which makes some degree of sense. It's not an illogical system, but in the moment, it can feel a little unusual for sure. Got the Akira Toriyama character designs. CG looks decent, but I like that the first game still uses a lot of 2D art. Not maybe in the game itself, but like you can see the cover art. Even the manual has like beautiful illustrations of everything, all the characters and stuff. But in the second game, it's like all CG renders. And for the time, it's like high quality CG for sure, but it's hard to argue that the 2D, like the illustrations, like, I mean, it's the same thing now, right? Even with Dragon Ball stuff, like, you have people being less than enthused about, like, new theatrical Dragon Ball movies being CG, and it's just, like, not looking as good as the 2D stuff. So you'd think that in 1996, that would be, you know, CG would not have been better then. Of course, it does have the whole quest mode, the dungeon exploration bit, but, alright, so I do remember this game being, like, mega hard, so I'm gonna bump it down to easy and not feel bad about that. Right, so there's a block button and a jump button, and, like, that makes some degree of sense when you're playing in the dungeon crawling third-person mode, but in the regular versus fighting, like, having a button to jump is unconventional, to say the least. Or stick. I guess my stick is kind of a weird layout. Although, actually, I guess this is actually designed for this stick. This is the Hori Real Arcade PS. Or at least it's assuming a layout where L1 and L2 is on the left of the face buttons, which is the case. And that's not how a modern arcade sticks are normally designed nowadays. Yeah, so I have my guard button is the thumb there, L2, and then high, mid, low on the top row. And R1, yeah, my little pinky for the jump. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can jump with X2. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Good. What I want. But having high, mid, low from, like, left to right, that's going to be... That's the thing. Like, there's no better way of doing it. If you're playing with a controller, use your thumb. Having it, like, literally high, mid, low, like, yeah, that makes more sense. But I would probably still want guard on my thumb. So it's just, yeah, again, like, trying to translate in my brain. It's like, if I play Street Fighter and it has 6 buttons, because I can very easily sort them into 2 types of attacks of 3 strengths, it's very easy to keep track of. But if I play Guilty Gear, where it's 5 buttons, but there are like 4 or 5 different types of functions, and there's no... Like with punches and kicks, it's very easy. Punches go on top, kicks go on bottom. Weak, medium, heavy in that order. But it's like, what goes first between a punch and a kick? What goes before a slash and a dust? Like, because there's no, like, natural way to sort... I know there's a standard layout, of course, but I just mean, like, in terms of connecting sort of mentally with that layout. And I always think that's a little bit more unintuitive with games that have too many different types of functions that aren't part of... Or, like, just separate functions. Like, if you have attacks in increasing strength, yeah, up to 4 or so can be fine. But normally you would still have it sort of sorted in some way. I guess up to 3 is perfectly fine, and then after that it gets a little unwieldy. But if you have, like, 3 attack buttons, like in Samurai Showdown, some of the later ones, where you have 3 attack buttons or 3 slashes, then 1 kick button, and then in, like, 6 and I guess 7 you have, like, maybe 1 additional button that's, like, dodging and meditating and other functions. It starts to get a little bit unwieldy. And here I think the amount of buttons isn't the problem, really, but having the jump complicates it a little bit. But also, again, just like high, mid, low on a horizontal row, it's just going to be a little unintuitive no matter how you do it. Dream Factory put effort into this. That's true for sure. Like, it has, like, all this extra modes, the characters, like the fact that it's you know, it's 60 FPS, which not a lot of 3D fighters were on the PlayStation and everything. It's a cool game for sure. Is Dream Factory still around? I assume not. Like, that's the general assumption. Statistically, if you were a video game developer in Japan in the 90s, you're probably not still around. They might be. I don't know. I'm not sure what their relationship was with Square, because obviously they developed games for Square. They made Tobal No. 1. They made Air Guides. They made The Bouncer. Sorry. The Bouncer. But I'm not really sure. Dude, that's so sick, by the way. It just loaded the fight scene, like without a long load screen in between. Like, come back here almost instantaneously. Now, maybe that's slightly faster on PS2. I don't know. But yeah, like, this is a high-res mode screen, so I don't know if it uses high-res mode for the backgrounds and stuff. Like, there's no textures on the 3D, but, well, for the most part. There's some stuff on the railings there. But, like, most of this is untextured, but it uses the style to great effect. So it's still, like, a very pleasant to look at game. But yeah, I'm definitely not very intimately familiar with Dream Factory, so I wouldn't really know. Like, this is a very cool game. It's a game that's easy to like, kind of on its surface.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
But I find it a little frustrating to play. Yeah, just subscribe. 4 months of unspeakable horror. Tobal! Right, we're playing some Tobal. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your generosity. And that's another 250 points for the Q Branch Research Fund. Take a look at that next time we're continuing with Games Bond, of course. But yeah, even here, this, like, even the character select screen here actually uses the 2D drawings. Even if they're a little awkwardly digitized, it's still... I'm still happy that they did. Because, yeah, it's not like the CG renders would have looked any better. I actually like quite a few of the characters here, but, I mean, we have to go with the buff wrestler lady, right? There's no choice. I wonder if I could pick... I was trying different buttons. Ready? Oh, okay, just ready to go. Oh, so that's the low button, right? High. Forward, high for drop kick. Okay.
Ready, fight!
Yeah, so this is the grappling system. Just like...
Ring out!
Like, once you initiate a grab, you're in this kind of clinch, and you can, like, drag each other in different directions and do different throws. Oh, yeah, timer.
Ready, fight!
Okay, okay. Yeah, of course it's a 3D fighting game, so you gotta have, like, sick throwing animations. Camera's going nuts.
KO.
I have no idea how you defend against grabbing. I'm just like... So you press medium and block to grab.
Ready, fight!
From there, I just kind of mash. Hope for the best. High to do a headbutt. I guess you can do... The animation in this is really quite nice. And there's a lot of, like, a lot of sort of transitional states in between. Like, it really has this kind of almost MMA sort of quality to it. Of, like, sort of, at times, seamlessly transitioning between striking and grappling and various kind of states and positions. I mean, it doesn't have, like, all these different types of mounts or anything, but, of course, MMA even didn't exist really as we know it today in 1990. Well, 96, barely, I guess, but it wasn't synonymous with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu just yet. But even so, like, I guess I'm not really specifically talking about UFC. But just, like, combat sports in general. Like, I mean, 3D fighters overall typically, of course, have more of this kind of... Like, it's not necessarily a question of it being, like, more realistic, but more, like, simulating... Closer to simulating combat sports. Nice. Brainbuster. Than, like, simulating Dragon Ball or whatever, you know? You know, even though of course the art is one thing, but you know, in terms of the experience, what the combat feels like. But I would say this like goes pretty far beyond what you'd expect from Tekken or Virtua Fighter or something like that, in terms of having a very kind of grounded sort of style to the combat. Yeah, even on easy, of course, they're just gonna sort of input read and duck under highs and punch the throat and stuff. I mean, not that I know what I'm doing, but I think I have the guidebook for the second game. Oh, dude, look at that lariat. Yeah, back medium. Big ass lariat. Like, clearly there is. Let's see, I guarded that, I guess. Yeah, but it's like it's kind of odd because you have like you're so used to in fighting games. I think he blocked that. Didn't seem to do enough damage anyway. You're so used to using directional inputs as kind of modifiers.
Continue.
Like I'm pressing a button and my character's jabbing, and I think of that as the punch button. So I press down and punch to do a low punch. I'm like, no, right, that isn't the punch button. It's the high button. So down and high. Like, you're not gonna ever press the high button to do a low attack. So when you don't know what the moves are, you're just trying to sort of intuit. Trying to think of what moves might work for what you're trying to do. Just, it's very different from other games.
Ready, fight!
Okay, good. Like, the grappling stuff is cool, but it's, again, having it not be very easy to sort of do it. Makes it kind of frustrating because you're not really, it's hard to have a sense of whether you're doing anything correctly or not. Okay. We got it. We got it. Pro skips are timing based.
Ready.
That's so cool too. Like the models are very simple, but just with different colored polygons. You have like slightly different costume designs. So I know that Mary has like a giant swing. So I remember doing it like on the Ilgoga, the alien-looking guy, not the rooster, but the other alien. You can grab him by the tail and do a giant swing. It's like pretty, like a sick-looking thing in general, but also like crazy that the game would have like sort of character-specific animations like that. Yeah, so she grabbed me, but I can still. I don't know how down attacks work. Oh yeah, I have jump button. Right. That's the thing too. Like, I'm expecting to like tap up and a button to maybe do a hop kick or something. But no, you have to press a button to jump.
Ready.
I'm sure the load times are faster because we're on a PS2. But I'm still impressed. Oh, I was doing fucking 10 strings, so I can't. Good noises. We're running out of time anyway.
Ready, fight!
That's fine. I'm trying to incorporate jumping with limited success.
Ready,
oh shit, I thought the match was over. I blocked that in the middle of standing up. Hey, I didn't get like Tekken Okizeme at least. Nice, okay. I think we got the life lead. But there's less time. Or there's more time left than I thought.
KO.
And got the KO. Okay. Yeah, I just think this is a game, it's like cool, but I feel like if you're playing this with a friend and you both like studied the guidebook to learn all the systems,
Ready.
it might be really enjoyable. It's just a game that like doesn't have as much of that kind of pick up and play quality as you would maybe expect it to, just like looking at it. And/or want to. Oh, okay, that was lucky.
Ready. Fight.
I will say having the height levels, you know, the buttons for each height of attack, it does make the wake up attack like less ambiguous as to like what kind of attack you do when getting up. Compared to something like Tekken. Oh, okay, that was satisfying. Got him. Yeah, I'm very grateful that we set it to easy. I definitely remember struggling off this game. Oh, the little traffic. This thing's just sick. I'm wondering if that like flip rotate can like connect down opponents. Guess maybe?
KO.
That's pretty cool. The time was over, but like, because it was in the grab, I guess it was allowed to finish the grab, even though the time was over. Pretty interesting. Why do you even do low grabs? I expect so, but you never know. Yeah, the grappling is kind of discussing it. Like, it's fairly complicated. At least to the point where I can't really understand it just by playing the game. Oh, nah, just like pixel away. Yeah, like when you grab someone, you kind of initiate that flinch. And from there, there's like counters and like either you can drag each other around and throw them in different directions. And I have no idea how it works, so I have no idea what I'm supposed to do to counter that. That was still an even match. Could have gone either way.
Continue.
Really pisses me off.
Ready.
Good voice line.
Fight.
Yeah, I was saying before, like, it's basically kind of an MMA kind of thing. Like, not just with the grappling, but also, like, positioning and movement. And, like, you can see a lot of animations. Like, when you're getting hit out of or blocking out of certain states. Like, it's pretty crazy impressive for its time, honestly. I mean, it doesn't necessarily make for a better fighting game. I'm not saying it's making it worse, but it's like other games not doing stuff like that isn't necessarily a failing. But it does make certain things maybe slightly more ambiguous in some situations. Like what exact state an opponent is in or what have you. Like when you're sort of sidestepping or standing up, like the animations sort of change. You can see the character never like snap in or out of Like, I'm not talking about like having like animation canceling or like doing once or whatever. Just not gonna fall out. Oh, we got it. Sick. But even when getting hit, there's always like some kind of transition into the pose or the animation that makes for a much more kind of simulatory vibe.
Ready, fight!
Which is like pretty different, but definitely interesting. And like that adds to that feeling of like it feeling more like combat sports than like anime battles. I like the amount of animation and like moving obstacle or objects and stuff in the backgrounds. That's a lot with.
Ready,
Also, Chuji's color scheme is great. I love his like super vibrant boots and gloves. Character design in general is just really awesome. Easily like one of the best parts of the game.
KO.
Back to Tekken knowledge checks here. I have to know how to guard high and low.
Continue. Ready,
Rematching too.
fight!
Pretty satisfying. But even that, like even when you block, see the way the characters like move their head and like lean in different directions. Stuff like that, I think it's cool, but it's like really, it makes it like really kind of ambiguous what's happening in a way that's like not beneficial to the game. I mean, I'm sure you can get used to it, but yeah, I'm kind of talking about that
Ready, fight!
surface level intuition of like readability of seeing like what's happening. Like being able to learn to recognize what's happening on screen, basically. The camera is also not helping with that ambiguity.
KO.
Nice. Got him. Somehow. Collision gods were on our side there. Taking pity on us after hours of live and let die, I'm sure.
Ready, fight!
There are like different command grabs or stuff in like that doesn't. Oh yeah, he's got the giant swing. I press the button now. I shouldn't.
KO. Ready, fight!
PlayStation elevator music going on here. I know that like when I played this before, which actually was on the that New Year's Eve stream that sort of started this whole thing, I think. Maybe that's why it's not marked in the list. But if that's when I played it, then it's fair enough. But yeah, I remember I somehow managed to do the giant swing on Ilgoga and you grab him by his tail, and I was so like blown away by that happening. I might have had a clip of that. But of course, how the hell would I figure out how to do it?
Perfect!
Oh, sick. Still in elevators? I mean, no, I'm just meaning like it's PlayStation music. It's like definitely PS1 vibes. But it's just very chill, relaxing, like loungy music. As opposed to fighting music. Pretty good though.
Ready,
Alright, we're into the boss characters, I think. It's animations. And the lighting is pretty cool though. I don't know how to throw from a grab, but I'm basically matched. So
ready,
what I can, his idle stand's pretty powerful. From what I can tell, if I do a clinch and I only press the medium, high, or low, I do just a strike from the clinch. So I'm like basically mashing the guard button plus one of the attacks and some directions to shuffle around, and sometimes that gives me a brain buster. Sometimes maybe something else.
Ready, fight!
But I don't know what the actual commands are, or when or how I'm supposed to input them. This guy's frame data. Like, when is it my turn? He's like sticking out these giant normals. Dude. I'm trying to jump. Oh, I'm trying to do the jump, like,
Ready,
flip kick. I just can't get it to come out. Okay, I just went backwards. Jumping is super weird because, like, I can tap the jump button to jump, but you do this tiny little hop, and to do the somersault kick, I don't press the kick button while in midair, but also if I press the jump and low at the same time, I don't get that move to come out. So I have to, like, yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, that's just the high. Yeah, and of course if I do it wrong, it just breaks out. Of course, I can't tell for a fact if him breaking out is because I fucked up or because he inputted a perfect throw escape input. Yeah, this game looks awesome. Like, the visuals hold up very well. And the fact that it's, like, part of that, I'm sure, is because the untextured style allows for 60 FPS, and, like, part of the visuals are in high res. Like, the UI, the 2D stuff is all high resolution. I'm not sure exactly what's going on in the 3D stuff. Oh, there we go, Nork.
ready, fight!
But yeah, and the character designs, too, are, like, nice and simple. It actually translates this graphical style really well.
Ready, fight!
I like that his blocking, his arms are like a meter and a half above where I'm attacking. But I'm doing a high attack and he's doing a high block, so it seems pretty good. Well, when it can reach. Don't bring me out, please. Alright, there we go.
Ready, fight!
I feel like he should be... I should be rigging him out there. Do the damage. Alright, final boss. Easy. I mean, I'm not sure if it's easy or hard. I just like... Oh, what's going on? I think that's the final boss, right? Nope, it's not.
Ready, fight!
The game has like a bunch of boss characters. The second one does too. Maybe the second game's final boss looks more like that. I'm confused. I think the second game has 4 bosses. This might too. I'm not sure. Maybe the third.
Ready, fight!
Pretty sick, pile driver. Oh, I hate games like this when like someone does like a big drop kick or something and they like fall on their ass like right in front of you, and it feels like, you know, that should be the biggest punish opportunity in the world. But obviously you can't just like punch them and hit them. Like in Art of Fighting it was nice because you can just do the throw and it just connects. But in a 3D fighter it's the same in Tekken 5, you know? What do I do when someone is like kneeling or laying down in front of me? Like it makes you feel awful.
Ready,
I hate that feeling. Like, it just makes it feel like the opponent can do shit that's like absurdly unsafe.
Ready,
but
fight!
Smugly gloat about your inability to do anything about it. It's like, this is not how the game should be played. Like, I'm not saying it should be played as in they're doing something wrong. I just mean like, when you don't have the knowledge to, like, on a basic level, even punish stuff, like, it just, the risk-reward kind of calculation on any interaction sort of goes out the window. But mostly it just looks stupid and makes you feel uncool. Dude, I was supposed to be able to jump. Jumping is so incredibly strange in this. Oh, okay. That kick, I pressed the low button when I woke up, and that was definitely not a low kick.
Fight!
Oh. And the camera also doesn't help. Like, it's kind of cool. Like, I can see kind of what they're going for. You know, 3D, it looks cool, but it makes it unnecessarily difficult to judge position and distance sometimes. Like, the game would definitely be easier to play if the camera was a little more static. Not static necessarily, but just like kept a more static side angle relative to the characters. If it was allowed to rotate faster, I suppose is really what it comes down to. How did that hit? I was in midair and did a little shin kick.
Continue.
That doesn't seem right.
Ready, fight!
Yeah, the part of why I want to play on easy mode is I remember the input reading being like pretty awful. And it's like stuff like when you don't know your character's moveset and stuff either, it makes it harder to deal with, or it's like some of what you might think of as input reading could be totally fair.
Ready, fight!
Because you don't really have a sense of what your slower or faster moves are like. You end up with stuff where they just like crouch under highs. In what feels like suspicious efficiency.
Continue.
And whether or not it's actually fair,
Ready,
if it doesn't feel fair, then that's kind of what's matter. What's gonna matter, and especially like on whatever level of skill you're playing, which of course in my case is gonna be very low. Skill and knowledge. Back turn, block. Yeah, positioning gets weird. Nice, okay. Oh, nope, never mind. Oh, okay, that's pretty. See, shit like that is so fucking cool. Confusing. I have no idea what's happening, but it looks sick as hell.
ready, fight!
Sometimes when I jump and press low, she does the flippy kick. Sometimes, yeah, like that. Sometimes she does the hop kick. That one, which I didn't press the medium button this time, so that's the kick I wanted. The fact that it's ambiguous and I don't know what input I'm supposed, like, what the input is for one over the other. Definitely a bit problematic. Nice.
Ring out.
That's a good way to take care of that. I guess the guy in the back is the boss, maybe. That's why I got confused, because the final boss is another big dude. Oh, we'll see. That was satisfying. I guess that was the boss. Unless... I think this is probably the ending, though, right? Just like this, like, rendered in real time is pretty unusual. Like, obviously, it's, like, takes less resources than doing, like, a big, expensive movie render thing. But it's still really unusual to see in PS1 games, because like you'd have to model these different rooms and scenarios and stuff. But yeah, it's up 30 minutes. Glad we put it on easy. I still get frustrated playing these games because I think they're cool, and I'm frustrated with my having a hard time understanding and enjoying them. Like, I feel like there's more to enjoy, that I'm like, there's a wall I'm kind of struggling to get past, to break through. More so than like anything being particularly wrong with the games. But I also think it makes for like a tough single player experience when you have, I mean, it's the same thing with, you know, the worst example is probably Astral Bouts 2 that we played, which is an actual MMA game on the Super Famicom, where the AI is like insanely ruthless, but also like if you don't know the specific, like it's an MMA kind of game, but you still have like Street Fighter style special move inputs for all the different grabs, and you have to do like the correct counter grab to any of their grabs and everything, and like the CPU just does the correct counter every time, and if you don't counter it, you're gonna get destroyed. Like, it's just a mess. And this game, it's not that bad, nowhere near, but it's just inherent to a game that has a lot of those kind of systems, that if you don't know how to engage with those systems, you are never going to be able to compete on anything approaching even footing with someone who does, including the AI. So that's just kind of tough. But it's still a cool game. I still like it. I just have definitely had a frustrating time playing both this and the sequel, wanting to enjoy it more than I feel like I could. What's up, Random Hero? Yeah, the quest mode was definitely a very interesting novelty. Air Guides had a lot of weird modes and stuff too. I think it's maybe better as a novelty than as like a real
Game over.
More interesting than good, maybe. But very cool for sure. Don't know if saving anything does anything, but I mean, you can save, so why not? There you go. It's getting late-ish. I'm trying to decide if I want to try to squeeze in one more game, but I think it's going to depend so heavily on what game we would do. I didn't realize I've been going for 4.5 hours already. But honestly, I think, as I mentioned before, it's been an incredibly intense week for me with streaming. We're doing not just this one extra stream. I did an extra stream on Tuesday as well. And I'm streaming again tomorrow. So I think we're actually going to call it there. We had a good run. We had some slight technical hiccups, but not too, huge of a problem with any one thing. So all in all, a decently successful viewer's choice versus fighting game stream. Always a good time. I will be back on Saturday, tomorrow, for the final attempts, the final chapter of Ian Fleming's James Bond 007 in Live and Let Die, the computer game. A cool game that is impossible and not for humans, but enjoyable in its own way. We're going to use some cheat codes, or some trainers rather, to play through that game and see what it has to offer. We will probably have time for other video games, so we'll probably do some more casual Saturday something or other. We'll do movie night tomorrow night as well. Because I've been so busy this week, I have not had time to set up a poll or anything. I will take a quick look at that before I go to bed tonight, and either we will do a poll that will run just real quick over, tonight, tomorrow morning, for a video game movie. But we might also just check out License to Kill. We might do another Bond, Saturday night Bond film, to make sure that we squeeze that in before we want to play that game, which could be pretty soon. I'll think about that and make an announcement on Discord. Discord, of course, being where we do those movie viewings. So if you are interested in watching video game movies together, or maybe some Bond movies, or maybe just hang out and chat, check out the link right there. Get some jams here. It's a little awkwardly quiet. Let me go consult my spreadsheet here before we're done for tonight. Tobal number 1 may or may not have been played before, but it certainly has been played now. So that is 2022-11-25. And we, I guess we did 4 games. Wait, did I make sure to write everything down? Yeah, we did Tekken, we did Tobal, we did Art of Fighting, and Rise of the Robots. I think that's it. I didn't miss anything, did I? Yeah, I guess Art of Fighting took a while because it took a while to boot up. And we're running a little shorter than I usually do on these streams, but I need to recover. I think we got everything covered there. Did I or did I not get a 1cc? I guess we'll check the tapes and we will we'll do the payouts for the prediction. You know what? I can't be bothered. I'm just gonna say let's count. We got a fake 1cc for Art of Fighting. That's good enough. Our prediction. Wow, 85% believing in the 1cc. Let's say we did. Close enough. Congrats for those of you who believed in me. I appreciate it. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. My usual schedule says starting from 1 p.m. Central European time. We'll see. We might start a little later. It'll probably be an afternoon stream. But who knows? I might just be chilling at home, really bored and wanting to stream. So we'll see, I guess. In any case, thank you very much for hanging out tonight. It's been fun. These streams always are. Let me just find out who is streaming that we can raid. What is happening on Twitch that we can join in on. Let's see. A lot of stuff happening. Of course. Is there anyone that I maybe have not raided in a bit? You know what? It's been a hot minute, I think, since we raided Duke. So let's go do that. He's doing some big Friday gaming. Reading some old magazines, I'm sure. Doing some spreadsheets, maybe. So let's go say hi to Duke. Everybody, thank you very much for hanging out. I hope to see you guys back tomorrow and / or future streams. Till then, take care of each other, take care of yourselves. Just take care in general. And thanks for hanging out. See you guys around.